Good morning and welcome to Claremont United Church of Christ. I'm Pastor Jen. This is Pastor Jacob. We're so glad that you've gathered here this morning. We're sorry we can't be with you. It's actually our daughter's first birthday party this morning, and so we're preoccupied. But we're so grateful you've gathered to talk about these issues because we believe the LGBTQ plus community is so important. It's not only a huge part of our church and our church leadership, but it's an important part of God's creation. And the conversations you're having are so important to help move our society forward into being a more inclusive, safe, and welcoming place for everyone.
A conference like this can't happen at a better time because we need to learn how to come together across the generations to make a better future, particularly when the rights of our LGBTQ plus siblings are under attack. And so thank you for having these conversations. You have all of our love and support, and we can't wait to continue the conversation and to see how we can put our faith into action. Have a great conference today.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jerry Ortega, and I'm with Another Voice. Another Voice is the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgendered, queer affinity group here at the church. Another Voice started over 20 plus years ago, and it's been active ever since. Another Voice was instrumental in having this church become an open and affirming church that we celebrate yearly on Open and Affirming Sunday. Very proudly, we welcome you guys to come out in the October timeframe to celebrate with us, and anytime you want to come. I personally wanted to welcome you from Another Voice here today for this event. I think you're going to be excited about it, and hopefully we'll have some good discussion. I also wanted to thank those that helped make this possible and helped with all the logistics here today. Natalie, Alicia, Cindy, Brian, Kristen, Palese, myself, Heather, Jerry, Monique, and Leah. If we can give them a round of applause for helping put together this event. Thank you, and I think we can go ahead and turn it over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. We're delighted you are with us via live streaming or here in the church. How grateful we are that you are present for this exciting day. I'm Jerry Rodewald, the convener for the Feminist Agenda Network. It is very special that we have this opportunity to collaborate with Another Voice for our conference today. It has been wonderful getting to know a few of them as we work together in the planning, and also to meet several more of you today. I want to thank our sponsors for their support in making this day possible. The Presbyterian Synod of Southern California and Hawaii, the Presbytery of Riverside, which is just a half a mile or a mile east of here, and Spirit of the Desert, Presbyterian Fellowship, and Presbyterian Women in the Synod. We are grateful for their support to provide this extraordinary program for us. The Feminist Agenda Network was started in 2006, so we're not quite as old as Another Voice, by a group of progressive women eager for the church to become more inclusive and eager to make our voices heard. That advocacy that was started on behalf of women now is expanded to include our LGBTQ plus folk. As part of that inclusivity, we have 2 American Sign Language persons with us today. Please meet Rebecca McAllister and Gregorio Nieto from this church. Thank you both for being with us. Of course, we welcome our 2 keynoters, Reverend Annanda Riley and Myles Markham. They will be introduced to you in just a few minutes, but I must also add a word of thanks to Michael Adee, our producer for this event. Michael is from Santa Fe, New Mexico. His expertise, experience, and commitment to the LGBTQ community continues to stretch us all as we learn and live together. Thank you, Michael. And thank you to all of you for being here.
A few Presbyterians and a couple folks from the United Church of Christ walked into a bar. It was Sunday night. We had been here for church, this very church, and we were sitting around a table, and it included Jerry, Bear, Cait, Whitney, and me. And some of the questions came up. What does they and them mean? And I thought queer was a bad word. And so I'm looking around the table as we're responding to those very sincere questions, and I thought, that's the topic of our next conference. So thank you all for being here. A special word of gratitude to Pastors Jen and Jacob. They are extraordinary pastors. Those of you at the Claremont United Church of Christ are so blessed to have them. And Jerry's correct, I live in New Mexico, but I often visit Bear and family, and I'm always so delighted to be at this church. This isn't my first rodeo, nor is it my first culture war. I remember, and some of you will too, and some of you will not, it'll need to be Googled later, Anita Bryant a former Miss America, started an anti-gay campaign that swept the country. And then a particular political party started another culture war called Family Values, as if those of us who were not part of that particular political party had neither families nor values. I do love when people might say the right wing is neither, and the religious right is neither. So we're here to have conversations about, and I would say sadly and soberly, and importantly, as Pastor Jen said, rights are being threatened. We're in the midst of another culture war that you are all aware of, whether it's Don't Say Gay in Florida, or banning books in Tennessee and Alabama, whether it's just yesterday, the governor of Montana signed a bill to restrict gender-affirming care for minors, or Missouri that's threatening both gender-affirmative care for both children, minors, and adults. I want to set a context for a time such as this, and we are all helped by a report that came out in 2011 called Injustice at Every Turn. The National Center for Transgender Equality worked with the National LGBTQ Task Force in DC, and they interviewed the largest group of transgender folks in history in the US. They interviewed 6,450 transgender, gender nonconforming people from all 50 states, DC, Puerto Rico, and the Guam and the US Virgin Islands. And what they discovered was a combination of anti-transgender bias and persistent structural racism that was particularly devastating. And what that meant was that the large number of those persons were 4 times more likely to live in extreme poverty, less than $10,000 a year. 41% of those respondents had attempted suicide. To give you an understanding of how that relates to the general population, 41% to 1.6%. These respondents who were transgender and gender nonconforming, while in grades K through 12, 78% experienced harassment, 35% physical assault, 12% sexual violence, and 1 out of 6 persons, 15%, had to leave school or college to be safe. 90% reported mistreatment in the workplace, discrimination in housing, double the percent of the general population, homelessness, barriers and refusal about public accommodations. In terms of health care, 19% said they were refused medical care. 50% of those respondents had to teach their own doctors what transgender affirming care meant or gender affirming care meant. 43% maintained family bonds. That's a good thing. But 57% reported being rejected by their families. Despite all that harassment, discrimination, and violence, the report also indicated a remarkable resourcefulness, perseverance, determination, and I would say resilience. But I want to caution us not to listen to those very sobering facts and pathologize the transgender community or our transgender, gender nonconforming, non-binary, gender variant friends. The problem is not those people. As Jacob and Jen said, we are all part of God's good creation, and we're all children of God. So whenever I read reports like this, it grabs my heart, it captures my mind, and then I think, okay, I need to understand, and then I'm like Jerry Rodewald, let's move into action. We've got to do something about this. But Myles and Annanda have taught me not, again, to pathologize or think that everything that is happening to the transgender community is their fault. So that was 2011. So that sets the stage. Now, from 2011 to 2023, there were advances. And all of those, of course, as you know, with this backlash, there's been a chilling effect. In 2023 alone, there have been over 400 bills, anti-trans bills, introduced in 45 states. There's a track trans legislation website you can look at, or ACLU are tracking these, and they have a wonderful map, and you can push on your state where you live or care about and find where these are. I was not surprised, but Texas has 58 proposed bills, Missouri 40, Oklahoma 29. So the Californians in the room, which is the majority of you, would certainly ask, what about the California Assembly? Well, there was one bill in 2023, AB 1314, which was a gender identity parental notification bill that was insisting that if a school, a teacher, a counselor, a principal knew that a child was transgender, gender nonconforming, non-binary, that they had to inform the parent. That's a typical bill across the country. Thank goodness, and thanks to the California Assembly, it died in committee. It failed. But there's a chilling effect that I would suggest is both life-threatening and disrupts all the progress that we've made to this point. And as Jacob said, Pastor Jacob, it's not just transgender, gender nonconforming people, but also gay, lesbian, bisexual people who have some of this threat as well. But the focus, to be clear, of these 400 bills is anti-trans. So that's the sobering picture, and that's why we are gathered here, to learn and to grow and stretch. George Takei went where few people went on Star Trek. George Takei is, of course, was... On Star Trek. I know it's Star Trek. His character? Sulu. And he's become an activist. he experienced injustice and discrimination in his family because they were Japanese American. And during World War II, they were interned in what we would be honest about, concentration camps. He said recently this: "It's not about bathrooms as it was never about water fountains." It's not about the bathrooms as it was never about the water fountains. I'm so delighted that one of our moderators today is Myles Markham. I met Myles at an activist conference in Oakland and realized that Myles was then studying at Columbia Seminary in Decatur, Atlanta, Georgia. In 2019 and 2020, we were putting together the first Beyond Pink and Blue conference, and so I quickly learned that Myles had gifts and skills and life experience that would be so helpful for our team. The pandemic hit, and so we had to do everything online. Myles works in film, was part of the creative team of the film that many of you have seen, Pray Away, the expose of the ex-gay ministry. Myles is also an educator and an activist, and if you really want to meet Myles, then you go to the beach and you see him on a surfboard. Let's welcome Myles to come forward, and then Bear will have some conversation with you and introduce Annanda.
Thank you, Michael. And I add my welcome to you all as well. What a wonderful start to the day. So, having heard those things from Michael, all the statistics and the realities of what's happening these days around us, I think we're here to equip ourselves and to expand our understanding, expand our brains, and expand our hearts. So my role here today is basically to be your resource person. So I brought my books, and you'll find outside a bunch of Xeroxed copies of things, and I'm going to briefly trot through what is available to you today. Books, let me move my phone. First of all is the big old glossary of LGBTQ plus terms, and honest to goodness, it was produced by the Mama Bears. And I have nothing to do with the Mama Bears, although I claim to be one myself. But this is really an exhaustive glossary. You can go on to Amazon if you need to. I don't know where else it's available. But you can also learn more about this wonderful organization called realmamabears.org. So that will be out there. The glossary of terms, and we also have a smaller glossary, which was produced by the General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church USA, which, for those of us of a certain age, is nothing short of a miracle. Second, an excellent book for those of you who are exploring or wrestling with the concept of pronouns. This is called What's Your Pronoun Beyond He and She? It was written by Dennis Barron, who is a professor of English and I believe linguistics as well. So it's a fairly thorough book, and it's very, very readable, accessible. Something that's a little bit more technical and a little less readable, but also extremely good, is called They, Them, and Their, A Guide to Non-Binary and Genderqueer Identities. So if you really want to dig deep into it, which I highly recommend, this book. Stepping back for a second, for those who who are wrestling with themselves or with others about the Bible, what does the Bible say? This book is called Unclobber, and it helps deal with those passages in Scripture that we have come to call the clobber passages. That is, those How many are there? Like 9 or 7? It depends on what.
Like 6 really bad.
Yeah.
And then 3 question marks.
So that's enough to clobber you with, and the theory is that, you're talking to someone who's saying, but the Bible says, and they carry a Bible, and then they clobber you over the head, which is not, I think, what the Bible was meant to do. But anyway, this is an excellent, about the Bible. And finally, this is one that I just found like day before yesterday, and thankfully I was able to have it delivered on my doorstep. It's Where Pride Dwells. It's a celebration of LGBTQ Jewish life and ritual, and it has prayers and rituals for absolutely everything in life, including a wonderful ritual, which I printed out and you can just take home. It's a ritual for moments of transition, gender affirmation, the naming ceremony. So for transgender people who are choosing a new name, this is actually a religious sort of ceremony. So all this is to say that there are resources out there, and that even though religion is getting, is just embarrassing itself, especially Christianity, there are strongholds of support and love. And you'll also find out there on the table statements made by various religious organizations, denominations, that are affirmative of LGBTQIA persons. And I highly recommend that you read them. There's one from the Church of Christ, which says the UCC is fully welcoming and affirming of transgender persons. That's just one of their policy statements. And the Presbyterian Church says basically the same thing, and then because they're Presbyterians, we use a lot of language, and there are therefores and wherebys and whatnots. No whatnots. That's mine. But the denomination, beyond saying ordination is great now for everybody and marriage is open to everybody, they recommend strongly that congregations do the following things. They write that a congregation should write a welcoming statement that specifically name transgender and gender non-binary as included within the life of the church, that they adopt policies that are inclusive of transgender and gender non-binary people, that available facilities such as bathrooms that are either designated as gender neutral or allow for transgender and non-binary people to use the facility that matches their gender identity, and a few other things. So, that's the Presbyterian Church. So keep that in mind. That, well, to me, anyway, is just wonderful to know, and it's good to have in your back pocket when people are talking about these things. The Conference of Reformed Rabbis have a fabulous statement, and what they do, I'm just going to read one section. They say, as it says in Genesis 1:27, quote, "And God created humans in God's image, in the image of God, God created them." And then they say this, "From this bedrock principle stems our commitment to defend any individual from the discrimination that arises from ignorance, fear, insensitivity, or hatred, knowing that members of the transgender and gender nonconforming communities are often singled out for discrimination, high rates of volume, and even murder. We are reminded of the Torah's injunction, quote, 'Do not stand idly while your neighbor bleeds.'" And that's from the book of Leviticus. Well, it's not all happy news. I decided to print out the Southern Baptist Convention statement. And if you want to read it, go for it, but it helps us understand the other side of the culture wars and where their religion is based. And they say, I'm just going to say a couple of things. They affirm, quote, "God's good design that gender identity is determined by biological sex and not by one's self-perception. They call it self-perception, a perception which is often influenced by fallen human nature in ways contrary to God's design. I apologize for having to read that. Then, therefore, there are resolved many things to do, and one of the resolutions is that we oppose efforts to alter one's bodily identity, to refashion it to conform with one's perceived gender identity, and that we continue to oppose steadfastly all efforts by governing official or body to validate transgender identity as morally praiseworthy. And we oppose all cultural efforts to validate claims to transgender identity. So, there are a lot more good ones than there are bad ones, especially out on my table. But it's good to know what they're saying out there. So that's my contribution. But my major contribution this morning is to introduce my good friend and colleague, Annanda Barclay, the Reverend Annanda Barclay. And I first met Annanda at a couple of meetings and conferences and things, but I really got to know Annanda quite well when we were colleagues as pastors at the Palo Alto Presbyterian Church. And boy, did we have fun. We were the Thelma and Louise of the Presbyterian Church for about a year. And so Annanda and I are true sisters. She has the most fabulous title that I've ever seen before, and it is, Annanda Barclay is the Higher Education Chaplain Fellow and Researcher at the Office of Religious and Spiritual Life at Stanford University and the Stanford Center for CPE. And she's the Auburn Seminary Edwards Fellow. She's a Presbyterian minister as well. So welcome, Annanda, and thank you so much for being with us.
Glad you have your own mic. Thought we were just splitting this one.
Yeah, that's important. That's important.
Abundance.
We love it.
Yeah. Well, why don't you introduce yourself? Maybe give some more background, pronouns,
yes.
Relevant things about yourself that you're bringing into the space today.
Definitely. Well, first off, good morning. One more time, good morning. And good morning to all of you online. As Bear so kindly introduced, my name is Annanda Barclay. Just call me Annanda. The title is long, but I am a Presbyterian minister of Word and Sacrament, or Reverend, and I use she/they pronouns. I identify as a cisgender queer person, woman, and come from African American, Afro-Caribbean descent and background. So my dad's side of the family is Afro-Caribbean from Jamaica, and they're Afro-Panamanian. And my mom's side of the family comes from Newark, New Jersey, by way of the Great Migration from North Carolina and Virginia. And so that is, in general, the stuff that makes me up. And I research moral injury and distress over at Stanford, and so I'll bring some of that to the conversation today of what the moral injuries and distresses are within the LGBTQ community. But I am coming from the Q part of that community. But yeah, that's the overall.
Thank you. And like Michael and Bear shared, I am Myles Markham. I use he, him, or they, them pronouns. I work full-time for a nonprofit organization called Trans Lifeline, which provides support emotionally in crisis or crisis prevention, or financially as well. So we give out microgrants to trans folks. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. I also have a background in LGBTQ faith organizing. That's looked denominationally promiscuous over the years. I do come out of the evangelical tradition, for better or for worse. I am a native Hawaiian, Japanese, Swedish, and German American person, and so the mixed race or multiracial experience is something that's largely informed how I move through the world and have perceived gender as well. I am the T part of the LGBTQ community, also the Q, and I'm sure we can get more into the various nuances and intersections between those two things. But I do also use the words non-binary and trans-masculine to describe myself. I think the other note I had was that I am not currently involved in a faith community, but this work is something that remains one of my greatest passions and interests, and specifically working with trans, non-binary, gender non-conforming people and our families. That is the closest thing to my heart, and I'm looking forward to learning more about everybody who's here and all the different identities and experiences you are bringing to this space. That's it.
Well, shall we then? Keep it going. So as you all see in your programs, being mostly of the UCC and Presbyterian variety, we love a good program, we love what's going on. We are now in the section of the first conversation. What does affirmation and equality for LGBTQ plus people, even safety, mean in the context of family, school, faith communities, and healthcare? And so I will be speaking mostly from families and faith communities. I'll sprinkle a little bit on school. I know I'm at Stanford, I know I'm in a school environment, but the work that I do there isn't necessarily centered in LGBTQIA+, so I want to stay focused on why we're gathered here today. Myles, do you have anything to add?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna start off just framing this, and then it'll be more conversational, okay? But I wrote something down on my handy dandy laptop because I think words matter, right? Words and language matter. And so for me, as it relates to this particular section or segment of our day, in order to affirm the experience of another, we must place them at the center. And what I mean by that is the affirmation and equality of LGBTQIA+ people is actually best defined by LGBTQIA+ people. So in other words, many of us were taught the golden rule, right? Treat others how you want to be treated. And what I've learned in my ministry, actually the first thing I was taught as a hospital chaplain way back in 2014, was that this is a flawed premise because the other is not me. And so how can I treat a person or people in the narrow yet beautiful context of my own experience and the multiplicity of my intersectional identities? And by that, what I mean is, earlier, a few moments ago, I introduced myself as an African-American, Afro-Caribbean woman who is cisgendered, queer. I speak English. I'm a United States citizen. I'm a Christian minister. I'm a daughter, a sister, a friend, a chaplain, occasionally a lover, and a woman with a bachelor's and master's degree. These are parts of my intersections, right? And that intersectionality is an inherent part of the human experience. And so my argument for us today is all who have the breath of life in them are intersectional. There's nobody in this room, nobody on this planet who does not have intersectional identities. And contrary to the popular political debate on intersectionality, it does not simply apply to marginalized communities. So all of you all, yes, cis, straight, white men, you're intersectional. And that's a beautiful thing. Intersectionality acknowledges the multifacetedness of our lives. And so that's something I just really want to get out, like, as we're beginning, because it's important. Also, y'all, I come from a call and response tradition, so when I say hey, I want y'all to say hey, 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 hey. It's never gonna be a test, it's just checking to make sure we're in conversation with one another, and also, like, this isn't a show. Like, it can be very entertaining, I assure you. We're queers, but.
There are 2 mics up here.
But we're in conversation, okay? So at least for me, for sure, you'll be getting call and response. Because we have to be with one another as we're gathering today. And that's a way to do that, right? And so as we place LGBTQIA+ people at the center, that doesn't mean that you're denying or erasing your humanity or needs, which also seems to be like a mysterious thing that comes across like people's hearts and minds, which is fascinating, but no, you're not denying yourself, centering somebody else. It's being honest and acknowledging our respective societal locations and the complexity of our positionality, where we're located in our society, in our culture, in our faith communities. And so our personal intersectional locations, identities, can be quite uncomfortable. Sometimes it's uncomfortable, you know? And I just wanna say, you know, it's all right. You know, I'm not the kind of pastor that believes everything happens for a reason. I believe that's a crock of you know what. But I do believe that we have agency when things happen. And maybe not as much agency as we want, but I'm confident that everyone in this room has a testimony of God or somebody, something outside of yourself filling in that gap. And if there's one thing that queer folks know, that Black folk know, that folk, women, folk, trans folk know, is you could do a little with a lot if you acknowledge your own agency, no matter what somebody tries to place upon you. And so my point is that we grow most from the places of discomfort. And so let me say to all of you, to myself today, to my brother's sibling Malcolm over here, that the comfort that any of us might be carrying today is welcome and needed in this space. And that goes for you all in cyberspace, online. Your discomfort is welcome. And I believe that it will be a superpower, and I truly do mean that, in addressing the wants and needs that we have gathered today. Through your discomfort, I truly believe you'll find your liberation. Suffering is not good for suffering's sake, but our discomfort is a teacher too. Y'all with me? Yes. Ooh, ashe. All right. So, to our question. Our question for this morning, it's centered in meaning, and it means something to us when we have LGBTQ+ children, parents, partners, grandchildren, friends, just folk living about trying to just live their everyday life, right? And as Christians, it means something to us to be in good, ethical, moral relationships. And so with the trans, bisexual, queer, lesbian, gay plus community, see what I did there? I put it in order of like operations of who's at the center within the community. All of these folk, all of us are God's good creation and reflect the image of the imago Dei, or image of God. And if it is deeply meaningful to honor God, Christ, and the Holy Spirit, then our affirmation, sorry y'all, I will talk slower. If it is deeply meaningful to honor God, Christ, and the Holy Spirit, our affirmation and acknowledgement to be in good relationship with dignity and equity with LGBTQIA+ people is important. And it's our responsibility to live into that meaning with intent. And so meaning without intention, I believe, is like having faith without works. It's dead. And the results of which aren't benign. It leaves much to be desired, such as the statistics that Michael listed off today. And so I firmly believe that we're gathered here to get more clear about what the charge of being an ally or co-conspirator or queer person means for us. And I hope that we can really live into that authentically and honestly, because that's the only way out, y'all. And so I just like to keep it 100% real. We're gonna get some stuff wrong, we're gonna be uncomfortable, it's okay. We're here, we're gathered, queer, straight, but we are human beings. Let's get it done, yeah? Yes. Yeah. Woot. Okay. I've talked enough.
Yeah, so something we had discussed in putting today together was the importance of narrative, the significance that storytelling has on all of our lives. It shapes the way that we think about ourselves. It shapes the way that we think about each other. And so we felt it would be important that if we're going to explore safety in the context of families, faith communities, and society more broadly, it would be valuable to kind of ground that in memoir. So, if you will, indulge me. My intention here is to share a little bit about my own story and how all of these different pieces both demonstrated acts of safety and sometimes simultaneously violence. I think one important frame to kind of take into these conversations is that these experiences are usually not binary. They're usually not black and white. And being able to hold space for gray areas or nuance ends up being a really useful tool because being able to be able to experience sometimes conflicting emotions, I think, is a part of how we forge resilience and fortitude as a community. So, yeah, that is something that I approach my own story with, and you'll probably hear in a few different ways as I continue. So, let's get into it. Family. Like I shared before, my paternal side is Native Hawaiian, Japanese American. My dad was born and raised on Maui and took a job working in the hospitality industry in St. Paul, Minnesota, where he met my Swedish and German mother. And together, they decided, to fall in love, get married, have 3 children, and they knew they wanted to get to a beach, but unfortunately for me, that beach was in the Deep South. And so my parents raised my brother, my sister, and I in North Florida. First, the East Coast, the Jacksonville area. You could consider that southern Georgia. But then moved us to the Northwest coast, the Destin, Fort Walton Beach, Pensacola area, which you could consider lower Alabama. And both of these areas were culturally, politically, religiously very conservative then, and the same is still true today in 2023. So these are areas that, while increasingly diverse racially and ethnically, they are still kind of looking at race and ethnicity through a black-white binary. And so as a mixed family, there was already a lot of ways for us that we didn't know how to make sense of ourselves. I have reflected, in other places about how, a lot of the ways that critical race theory becomes materialized in our lives is through relationships. And for my siblings and I, even with our own parents, those are constantly interracial relationships. There was nobody besides each other, that we were finding affinity with when it came to thinking about our ancestors, where we came from, language, food, culture, all these different things. And for me, I thought that's why I felt different. And, from my earliest memory, I wasn't sure, what this whole, girl-boy thing meant for me. I very much felt like a person who was in between those, dualities or polarities. And I would say I felt confused, but it wasn't about my own self-perception. That language was really interesting to hear. It was the way that I was treated. Interestingly enough, though, I found that my peers, my teachers, I played sports, so coaches, they also kind of experienced me as an in-between person. I, throughout my life, was told things like, you know, I don't really see you as a girl, or you're kind of like a boy, but also a girl. And as much as, you know, gender identity, we talk about it as like a way you understand yourself. I actually do think gender is communally informed as well. So how people talk to us, how people engage us, it's gendered. And I do think that my family and my friends, you know, trusted adults, people at church were always inadvertently confirming something that was true for me, even if they wouldn't have said it that way. I wanted to share, as you know, kind of a main point here, that both of my parents were actually quite open-minded when it came to faith, when it came to race, gender, sexuality. They held a lot of space for my siblings and I to ask questions, to explore, and for us to feel supported in that. I would say that both my parents were emotionally really available to me, extremely empathic and nurturing. I got to see a lot of gentleness and tenderness from my father. I think he set a really positive example of what I like to call beautiful masculinity. And that was informing, you know, how I felt safe, of course. However, that was only inside of our home. And I talk about, you know, the community I grew up in because it was filled with well-intentioned people, but well-intentioned people who did not have tools, who did not have resources, who did not have information for them to be able to understand anything LGBTQ, anything around race, you know, ethnicity and difference as something other than, at best, weird, but often at worst, a threat, something dangerous, something to be controlled, something to be changed, something to be transformed. And because those were the messages I was getting outside of my home, they became the loudest because that's where I was spending so much of my time. I'm very social and extroverted. And so I did have a lot of friends, and I enjoyed being in the community, being involved in sports and extracurriculars and church. And so the messages that were communicated to me about my gender and about my sexuality and about what it meant to be an Asian or indigenous person were largely negative, and made me feel a sense of fear and a sense of shame. And so my solution to that was to try to like fix myself. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit, but you know, something that I've discussed with my parents is this question of if we could go back and they could have done something different, what would that have been? And I think, you know, save us living in a different area where there were more resources or opportunities for me to find connection and affinity with other families and people and kids like me. I think if my parents would have had a different analysis of what was happening to me at school and at church, and on my sports teams, that they were able to see the comments that were being made to me and about me as something that was wrong, something that we could speak back to, I think it would have been different for me. But unfortunately, they didn't have that. That was not something that was an available path at the time. And the anecdote I always tell is that I have a really clear memory of what I like to call the conversation when I was going into the 5th grade, and my mom sat me down, and I had just had an experience where I was being made fun of for my clothes and specifically for dressing in a masculine way. And my mom told me that she was so sorry that that was happening, and that she loved me and she was proud of me and she wanted me to feel good and comfortable with my clothes and my haircut, and to know that I was exactly the way she wanted me to be. But if I wanted to be treated differently and to be treated better, I was going to have to start dressing like a girl. And in that moment, I think what I would have preferred to hear would have been more safe or constructive, would have been, and it's wrong that people think that. And I think that there's a way that we can start to talk to people about being more accepting and inclusive. And there's just different ways I think I could have been advocated, both like in front of my face, but even beyond that. I know some kids are worried about like their parents confronting school officials or other parents, but I do think that those conversations do go a long way in terms of a young person, even if it's not till later in life, feeling like I have people in my corner. I have people being really clear that what's happening to me is not my fault. It's not on me to fix. The problem is the attitudes and the perceptions that others have about what's going on for me. So yeah, that's just the piece I wanted to share about family and about safety. I'm curious if you might have some stories you could share as well.
Yeah, thanks, Myles. I do have some stories. Interestingly enough, I didn't realize that those parts of Florida. My brother next week will be graduating from University of West Florida, which is in Pensacola. And then I'm divorced with my former spouse, who was born and raised in Pensacola, Florida. And then a good chunk of my childhood was spent in east coast of Florida, because my grandparents, the Jamaican grandparents, retired in Palm Coast, Florida, which is smack dab in the middle of Daytona Beach and St. Augustine. So at the summertime, I was raised by Trinity Presbyterian Church in Palm Coast. So I'm very familiar with Florida, and you made it. You made it out. Yeah. Oh, God. As for myself, I was raised back and forth between the South and the Midwest, specifically two states, Chicago, like literally the west side of Chicago, in Little Italy when it was called Little Italy. And later in life, it is now called the Italian Village because Little Italy got gentrified. And I was also raised in Chicago southwest suburbs, Naperville, and then went to high school, early childhood in Dunwoody, Georgia, which is right outside of Atlanta, and then high school and part of middle school in Alpharetta, Georgia, and Johns Creek, also known as Duluth, Georgia, respectively. What does that mean? I've just been back and forth before 18 between the South and the Midwest, and let me tell you, it's basically the same culture with two slightly different languages. Both are passive-aggressive and overly polite, but centered around food and well-meaning people, right? But very clear understandings of gender roles and who people are supposed to be, both very segregated, but also I think this thing about segregation, there's also a deep intimacy that we don't acknowledge with segregation. A knowing of one another and our people in the midst of ignorance and not knowing. But I say all that to say, as it relates to my story, when I came out to my dad, is who I came out to, second in the family. I came out to my brother first, and he was upset with me, not because I came out as lesbian, by the way. So when I came out to my brother as lesbian, he was upset at me because he was like, why didn't you tell me sooner? He was upset that he was hurt, right? What's underneath anger is hurt. And he was upset that I didn't trust that I would be safe with him. Because he already had like lesbian friends in Florida, you know? And so he's like, why didn't you tell me? You didn't have to hold this by yourself. When I came out to my dad and later to my mom was not surprised at all. She comes from a more evangelical, non-denominational background. So she wasn't surprised, but at first she was disappointed because her faith, her understanding of Christianity taught her that I would be going to hell, right? That there's something wrong. And my dad, albeit a cradle Presbyterian, we were both baptized in the same congregation in Chicago as kiddos. My dad grew up more of a moderate to conservative Presbyterian, and again, coming from a Jamaican family, right? So in Jamaica to this day, it is illegal to be homosexual. And so for my dad, it rocked his world a lot of bit, to be honest. But ultimately, he came out and said, you know, you're already a woman, you're already black. To add gay, he's like, life is hard enough as it is. And so he wanted me to stay in the closet, not necessarily to keep me in the closet, but he's just like, you're gonna triple compound the difficulty of your life. He already saw the intersections. He was already thinking intersectionally, right? We all do, by the way. We just might not be aware of it. And so for him, he was just like, don't make life harder than it has to be. And I told him while I was in seminary, by the way, and this is, you know, I entered into seminary right after we passed, not marriage, but ordination. And so he's just like, good God, woman, like there's a lot of barriers. And as many a black parent is afraid of, he wants me to live, right? Truly, like breathe. And so that informs some of my family system. And I'll share a story right quick. A few years, you know, after graduating seminary, and my grandmother, my paternal grandmother, my Jamaican grandmother, Dorothy, may she rest in power and peace, she passed away, and she's the matriarch of our family. And so everybody gathered, coming from, some from the island of Jamaica, some from the diaspora in London, and many from Chicago and Detroit, where a lot of my dad's family settled. And we all gathered at this Trinity Presbyterian church that I mentioned. And it's not quite as big as a sanctuary, about half the sanctuary, but imagine this half of the sanctuary, the pews are full. So it was a massive homegoing celebration, as we say in the African-American Black tradition, a homegoing celebration of life. And at that point in time, I had already come out to my family. Now, I come from a long line of preachers and teachers. Most folks in my family are either teachers or there's like 6 or 7 pastors in my family. I'm the only Presbyterian. Everybody else is Assemblies of God.
Is that different?
Yeah, there's a few folks in my family, may they also rest in peace and power, who are literally soapbox corner preachers, to give you an idea. So like religious trauma is actually pretty big in my paternal family line. And so my dad and aunt were so loving and emboldened, and still wrestling with my identity at this time, again, as lesbian. But they said, you know what? You love your grandma, you're in seminary. Their faith was so strong, they're like, you're gonna do her obituary. You're gonna send her off. And so I did. And I'm femme presenting today, but I had a dandy phase, and for those of you all who don't know what that means, I was in a proper suit, delicious Oxford shoes, amazing. I wore a wonderful black paisley tie. For this Caribbean family, that was, a lot, right? And then for that Presbyterian church in Florida, also a lot, because guess where I was under care? At that church. So it was a lot of coming out and revealing, right? Well, actually, long story short, I didn't get to be under care there, but long story short, I was a member there while I was in seminary briefly. And I do my grandmother's obituary, and about 3 of the family pastors who are Assemblies of God come up to me, and they say, "You loved your grandmother. We can tell by the stories you shared that you loved and knew your grandmother." And they looked at me and said, "You have an anointing on you," and walked away. Now, my Jamaican side of the family is very stoic, and so that was a blessing, and that also said, "We see you." For them to say that women have never entered their pulpits, let alone queer folk, they kind of were walking around because they didn't know what to do with me when I saw them. But for them to say, "You have an anointing," said 2 things. One, it said that we love you. Regardless, we love you. We may not know how to talk to you, we may not talk to you, but there's a love there that we won't deny, which was important for me. Because there are some folks within the particular West Indian culture that I come from that are completely cut off, and that I was afraid of. Not for my immediate family, but definitely for my extended. And the second thing was the anointing. An epiphany came into my head of, oh, this evangelical faith that they have, it's so strong they can't deny God even when they don't know what to do when they see God. So they, through their faith, had to acknowledge that I had a call on my life. And it took my grandmother's death and that gathering and that space and time for them to begin to be open to my being, at that time, lesbian. And so I think as we're talking about, and that's when I felt safe. Because until that moment, the only folks I felt safe around was my brother. Chris is amazing. You know, my dad, my aunt, both of whom were still struggling, right? They were grieving. What I realized looking back later, they were grieving for a loss of the child they thought they had. And for, as many Black family members do, and for the possible struggles ahead, right? At that time, I was just pissed that they were not accepting. And so once I saw that I was seen by my family in their own cultural way, it wasn't perfect. It's still not perfect, to be frank, y'all. But my humanity was acknowledged, and through that acceptance, I had a sense of safety that is so important. And so that is something from my story that I want to share, is even as you or folks you know in your family might be struggling, there might be just one word, one thing. It's not gonna be perfect. I came out when I was 22 in seminary. The Christian queers, they liberated me. And I'm 33 now. So it's taken a decade to get to this point. But I'm thankful that my family, I think partially because they still have such an immigrant mentality of like, you have to stick together. And because they do love fiercely and sometimes too much, that their love and wanting to be in relationship overrode their distress of my sexual identity and orientation. So for that, I'm thankful. And I think that's possible in other families too, in your own cultural ways of being and knowing. But it takes a love that is fierce and strong, I think, in order to live into. So that's what I got for the family section. How about you, Myles? Where are we going to next?
Faith communities. Let's do it. I really appreciated, Bear, you sharing the resources up here and kind of giving an overview of where, you know, some of our mainline denominations in the U.S. not only are today, but where many, like the UCC, have been for decades now at this point. I think that it's so easy to lose sight of how many people of faith are really for the radical inclusion of LGBTQ people. Because I've spent the last 10 years in these kinds of spaces, I am, you know, of the mind and of the spirit at this point that there is countless individuals and institutions who either have fully changed their mind on this to offer full affirmation and inclusion, or from their inception were that way. And so I think a tradition, for example, that I always feel remiss if I do not mention is the Metropolitan Community Churches, the MCC, from day one. Fully, radically inclusive of LGBTQ people, for LGBTQ people, by LGBTQ people. No denomination is perfect. The MCC certainly is not. However, that is a tradition that is multiple decades old that never had a day where this wasn't, their policy or their practice. The Alliance of Baptists, another smaller Baptist tradition, but nevertheless, from the very beginning, fully affirming, fully inclusive. I certainly did not have access to knowing about these traditions, knowing about their positions or what that looked like in the life of the faith community. But it is something that I like to remind myself and ground myself in, is that there are tens of thousands of people of faith practicing in denominations that have worked tirelessly to become, different than maybe they were started around this topic. That being said, something that I think also has to really be reckoned with is that while we have these incredible traditions, it's not uncommon for our churches to be a lot smaller than some of these other churches that unfortunately have policies either exactly like or even worse than what Bear read off about the Southern Baptist Convention's official position on transgender people and our communities. I think I often feel troubled by the fact that if we're looking at it from a numbers perspective, from a money perspective, these churches, these institutions, these denominations who have some of the most upsetting and violent positions toward our community are, in a bottom line kind of way, doing better. They're growing. They have a lot of power and privilege. And because one form of violence that they practice is proselytizing with passion and fervor, they are consistently making converts to that way of thinking, feeling, and being. What makes this particularly dangerous is in some of these more like charismatic settings, some of these non-denominational settings, the way that these beliefs are practiced are quite misleading. And so the presentation of them is inclusive. Their messages are things like love God, love people, and everyone is welcome, and they are doing a lot of work to present themselves as a place where any person from any background, any walk of life could feel safe and supported in their community. And that's exactly what I experienced in my evangelical, secretly Southern Baptist, non-denominational church. So that's another piece of kind of looking at the overall landscape I think has to be considered, is that there is a way that these traditions, I know more about the SBC than some of the others, fund churches that don't take on a Baptist name, but very much practice within I guess what you could call like a Baptist way of life. But what needs to be noted is that despite the cruelty and I would say immorality of those teachings, the people themselves are often quite warm, they're earnest, and for them, their position and their view is not being driven by hatred. It's not being driven by what they would name as fear. I think it is fear, but it's a more complex fear. For example, when I was coming out, first as queer, at the church I was a part of in undergrad, they had known I struggled with same-sex attraction and gender confusion. That's like the language they used then, they still use today. And that was acceptable, to struggle, to resign yourself to a life of self-denial, of mandated celibacy. They weren't exactly promoting teaching that suggested I could become cisgender or I could become straight, but for them it was more about pursuing a life of godliness, of chastity, of saying, with my life and my body that loving God and serving God was going to be prioritized over loving and serving myself. And so that frame became really dangerous for me because I equated loving and serving God with hating myself, with erasing myself, becoming the least amount of myself as possible in order to conform to their presentation of what it meant to be a godly person. In that particular case, a godly woman. And I spent a decade, believing that and thinking that and feeling very earnest, about that path that I was pursuing. And I think what makes teaching like that lethal, ultimately for a lot of people, is it works itself in slowly. The metaphor I've heard, ascribed to this kind of phenomena is it's death by 1,000 cuts. It's often not all at once. It takes time and it soaks in and it informs really what you believe is possible for your life. So for example, I was somebody who had very little ability to think about the future because I was so focused on just surviving my present. And I know that that's something that's pretty common for a lot of LGBTQ people growing up in faith communities, even progressive ones. And so that's actually what I wanted to kind of spend my last couple minutes talking about within faith communities and within progressive faith communities where you have the policies, you have the language, you often have resources to be open, affirming, welcoming congregations. And I still think many of us, find our churches to be places that if there are LGBTQ people, we're still the minority. Now I've been to plenty of churches where the opposite is true, where I'm not sure if cisgender and heterosexual people went there, or maybe they thought they were that when they came, and surprise, that was not the case. But I worked for the Presbyterian Church, the PCUSA, for a few years, and so I got to spend a lot of time talking with leaders regionally, locally, and kind of understanding what the makeup was within their churches around LGBTQ people, and specifically when it came to trans people, non-binary people, gender non-conforming people. Most, and I would be interested in kind of your experience with this, most faith leaders were sharing with me that they didn't know a lot of transgender, gender non-conforming, or non-binary people, which doesn't mean that they didn't exist in the congregation. It just meant that folks didn't quite feel safe yet to share that about themselves. And so for me, when it comes to creating safety for trans, gender non-conforming, non-binary people in faith communities, I don't think the significance of visibility and representation can be understated. And so what that means is being able to really profile the lives, the faith, and the ministry of LGBTQ people, if not in your own church, of those who live in the community. And we can talk later about specific practices around that, but I think even having guest speakers, teachers, leaders, preachers, that goes such a long way in establishing a sense of safety, not just in your congregation, not just in the kids, who are in the congregation, but people who are outside of the church, who are paying attention, to what's on the sign, outside of your church, what flag you are flying or not flying. They're paying attention at rallies, who's speaking, who's showing up, what do the signs say. I have a friend who is a Presbyterian minister in Austin, and she is trans herself. And when this first wave of anti-trans legislation was going around, she was at the Capitol. She was speaking out and speaking up. And I asked her, I was like, where's the presbytery? Where are your colleagues?
That was the presbytery I was under care. Mission Presbytery in Texas. Yeah.
No shade. They
no shade.
do wonderful work. I've worked very closely with them in other ministry areas. But that was something that grieved me, was that she was the only Presbyterian minister in a progressive presbytery who really does believe and practice what was shared by Bear earlier around transgender inclusion, and yet there she was standing alone. And so I think that's another big piece, is like, what does it mean for us to show up, for faith communities to show up publicly around these topics? And then, on an individual level, something that I've talked about with my mom, because she's very active on Facebook, spends a lot of time there. I shared earlier that her and my father were both pretty open-minded people. I will say later in my mom's life, she kind of turned a conservative corner. I like to call it a phase. And during that phase, she did have a lot of trouble with me coming out. And similar, to Annanda's family, driven by fear, and sincere worry, for my life becoming, more difficult, more barriers being presented. And there was a time where she was not fully able to support me and to affirm me as a LGBTQ and Christian person. And she was reposting memes, photos, images on Facebook that I found to be hurtful. And they were representative of some views that she had. And eventually we kind of got to the point where I could, ask her, I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm not trying to get you to believe what I believe, but I'm asking that you would stop posting these kinds of images. I was like, because it's one thing, to be able to exercise freedom of speech and to share what you think, but maybe you could just in your own words type that, because when you share these posts, they're presented in a kind of a mocking tone. They were to make fun of people who believe something different. And that was something that was really easy for her to do, was just to stop posting images or memes that had that kind of deliberately disrespectful tone to them. Later, my mom would be able to come around, to be able to fully support me and to be proud of me. And I asked her, I was like, well, can you put that on the internet? Like, and she can now. you know, she's at a place where she's able to do that, and people reach out to her all of the time now because she's made herself so visibly loving and supportive of who I am and the work that I do. And so that's the other piece I encourage both for churches, denominations, but the individuals who make up faith communities is to post your little post. You might think, you know, that your voice or like your perspective doesn't matter, it doesn't go a long way, but it really does. People are watching. My whole life I've been watching. The town that I spent most of my time growing up in was only 12,000 people. And per my own research, I could tell you, for example, how many people were registered Democrats in that community. There were 7. And as much as that information is publicly available, there were 7. And so I was always paying attention, you know, to who is saying what and how they're posting on social media. And I knew, for example, I went to a large public high school. I knew where my teachers were on these topics. And it wasn't because they were being extremely vocal about it, but they would just include like subtle touches in the curriculum, in the books that we were reading. Nothing really pointed. They were really restricted. I tell people all the time, while the quote-unquote Don't Say Gay bill has advanced in Florida, the part of Florida I was living in, that was like an implicit law. It didn't need to be on the books for that to be 100% the way that life was practiced in, you know, the public schools. So yeah, I think that the visibility piece, the representation piece, being able to be really clear about who you are and what you believe is powerful. It goes such a long way. And I'm never going to not want people to be doing that more. So that's it.
Thanks. So when it comes to faith communities, y'all, I think, you know, pop Christianity and bad theology is like McDonald's for the soul. It might taste good. It might. But over time, you will rot. You will be rotten from the inside out. And I think a crisis we have within loudest voices of Christianity and faith communities as it relates to LGBTQIA plus people. Can't hear. What about now? All right. Did y'all get the rotting? Did that? Okay, great. So.
Say it again.
But yeah, no, pop Christianity and bad theology exists. It's like McDonald's for the soul, right? It might taste good. I stress might. It might feel good in the moment, but it'll just rot you from the inside out. And I think there's a rottenness that is easily and readily identified right now within mainstream. Oh, there we go. Okay, within not mainstream, but maybe the loudest voices of Christianity at this time. And then obviously that's a problem, right? And you know what we come to know of, or I'd say the meta-narrative in the United States of what is known as Christian is associated with anti-LGBTQ, right? That Christianity is now heavily identified with. Notice, you know, I don't take it lightly that Myles is not a part of a faith community. I don't take it lightly that I myself have realized I'm more effective as a chaplain for multiple reasons than a parish pastor, even though I used to be a parish pastor. And if I look at the majority of my friends who are LGBTQ, they have no interest in church if they grew up in church. And they have no interest in church for 2 reasons. One, because, you know, obviously sometimes their parents just drag them to church and they're just in church all the time, just in general. But 2, because the theology that the church taught their families to hate them. And so church is associated with oppression instead of liberation. And, you know, as Christians, we call like the Antichrist, and I'm going to go from, for those of you who have conservative or evangelical backgrounds, you don't need to gird your purses or your loins when I say that. And I want to acknowledge that because I have some family members who thought the rapture was coming for them, right? And that's real. That trauma is real. But when we talk about the Antichrist, that which comes in the name of Christ, but actually does not behave, it behaves anti to Christ's teachings, right? And we talk about this coming at the end of days. I'm not saying that, the book of Revelation is here and we're coming at the end of days. But what I am saying is I do believe that the Antichrist is a real energy and spirit. And that spirit of hate is an anti-Christological spirit. And most people know Christianity through the Antichrist in that way. Are y'all with me? So most people know Christianity through the Antichrist, thus they're turned off by Christianity. So most people actually don't know true Christian love in the United States, arguably in the Western world, and frankly in the global South too. That's my argument. And that is what we're fighting against, in my humble opinion. And so when we think about families, especially our families of origin, and I'm just briefly touching on this because it'll make sense with faith communities. When we're talking about families and families of origin, they're our first teachers. They teach us, our families of origin teach us how to socialize. They teach us meaning, they teach us purpose. And so the loss of that connection, the oldest human connections we have, right? In many ways, our families of origin, which is complicated for us all, but y'all are with me. That loss is devastating. And so when we think about faith communities and faith families, they're chosen family. Our faith community is chosen family. We are choosing to be taught by, to be challenged by, to be nurtured by families of faith centered around a particular intentionality of meaning, of love, of purpose. And so I think the devastation can come from faith communities who are anti-LGBTQA folks, is obviously like the teaching and spewing of hate, but the nurturing of that, rooted in bad theology. And there is such thing as bad theology. It cannot be understated, right? There's life-giving theology and there's death-dealing theology. That which brings about death in theological, language and words is death-dealing theology. That's not of Christ. Christ was not around killing people. And I'm using that language intentionally because bad theology kills. It kills. It kills our spirits, kills our souls, kills our bodies. It literally kills. And that recovery is a long process. And so with that, I want to share a little story about my experience of inclusion in the church. And I'm mindful of time because I want to give at least Myles a solid 15 because healthcare is so vital and important right now. But when I was in seminary, as I shared, so I was one of those, you don't see it as much today, but I went straight from undergrad into graduate school, into seminary, and I went to Austin Presbyterian Theological Seminary in Austin, Texas before I had the tech takeover. Woo! It was great, it was beautiful. But it was also incredibly difficult because the church, while it had just passed a few months before my first year, LGBTQ ordination, to have it on the books and to live it, to Myles' last point, is two different things, right? And so I had the knowledge from my family system. My dad would always say growing up to my brother and I as black kiddos, he would say, America is not designed for you to live and to thrive. He was very honest about it. This is my parents' approach. At times it was traumatic, but overall, looking back, I'm actually very thankful they were frank with me. They said, America is not designed for you to live, survive, and thrive. It is not designed for you to win. You're gonna have to go about it a different way. So notice he didn't say, I can't win, survive, by winning, survive, thrive. He just said it's not, you can't go about it the way you see the majority of people who do not look like you go about it. You're gonna get a door slammed in front of your face most of the time. So you have to find different ways. And so I applied that knowledge when I came out to myself, as it relates to queer. I opened the wisdom from one section of my identity to the other. And so when I came out, I went through the entire process out. I was denied in the presbytery, the Florida Presbytery. I was denied the first step into ordination, inquiry. And the excuse they gave is because my membership wasn't active enough, because I was in college and went straight into seminary. So the excuse they gave is my membership wasn't active enough because they were cowards, right? That's just cowardly. They didn't want to name the truth, but the truth is, it's evident. And so I spent an additional year wooing Mission Presbytery, which covers Austin, Texas. So my ordination process took longer than it could and frankly should have, because I had to spend a year being a member in my second year of seminary, a year being a member of a local church in Austin, Texas, which is a church I was attending anyway, in order to then qualify for this first step, which is inquirer. So it was a hot mess. And I share that for two reasons. The stress of that has to also come with funding. The Presbyterian Church USA gives inquirers and candidates for ministry grants. Guess who didn't get a grant? My entire 3 years of seminary, I never received any funds from the denomination, so I missed out on $27,000 of funds that became loans. And so when we think about, I think sometimes we think about discrimination as just like feelings, and feelings are important. I'm a chaplain, I get that, but there are other practical aspects of our lives that are impacted. And I am not a unique story in that regard. And so, long story short, some of those summers, while I was in seminary, we had, there's an organization by Reverend Mika Vandersall, who was also one of the first out champions of her generation. She's an Xer, I believe, in the Presbyterian Church. And she had this organization called Presbyterian Welcome. And there was a quiet network. And I say was because it's not so quiet anymore, because times have somewhat changed, and somewhat big. They have actually really changed, but there's still a lot to go. There's a quiet network of LGBTQ candidates inquirers for ministry in the Presbyterian denomination, and we were quiet. We were word of mouth. We weren't out on, I came out on Facebook, but I had a queer community at Austin Seminary, because the missions director was a closeted gay man, and he let in a lot of queers the year I was there. It was his Trojan horse to the church. And so, but Mika found us all through these networks and being connected, and every summer, so for the next 3 summers, I would go to an undisclosed location in some part of the United States. I could tell now. It was like rural Georgia, believe it or not. There are lesbians that owned some land in rural Georgia, and they were about it. Hey. Actually, not too far from where I grew up. I went to high school, which is kind of wild because the Klan still met. It was an interesting place. But we would go for almost 2 weeks, and we would one fellowship with one another. There would be like guest preachers, and they were all queers that we had seen in the denomination but may have not known that they were queer, and so it was just like, whoa, and we'd hear our stories and be loved by one another. And we would also strategize. So we would all come sharing what were the stories that we were hearing within our presbyteries, within our church governance of what were the arguments posed against us. And in that camp, which I affectionately called gay camp, I actually forget the actual name of it, but I called it gay camp. We would find out, like, literally who was on certain committees that were in charge of our ordination, what their stance was on, the same organizing you would do for politics, right? But we applied it to the church. What their stances were, if they were allies, if they were kind of mediocre, milquetoasty, or if they were downright against us. Know when they were rotating off. Yeah, seriously. And then hear around the country what the different arguments against our ability to be ordained was. So we had a map of what the arguments were for certain regions of the country, and they were somewhat different for certain regions of the country, those pain points. And then we would take time to come up with counter arguments based off the Book of Order and our theological knowledge to counteract. So when it came time for us to be examined on the floor for our ordination process, and that means, all of the ruling elders or anybody ordained in the Presbyterian denomination that was of that presbytery can come when somebody is up to receive what is called certified ready to receive a call, because in the Presbyterian tradition, once you've passed all of that, unless you have like a ministry to go to, you're not ordained yet. But before that process, you get this examination. And anybody can ask you questions about Presbyterian polity or theology, and then people vote if you will or won't be ordained. And so we had those pressing questions. And I remember sitting with Sally Wright, who, Sally Wright with a W. And Sally was in my Presbyterian, Mission Presbytery, and so we took a day, and she would give all the questions that were given in our presbytery against LGBTQ ordination on the, in front of me, like Myles and I right here. And so I would ask the question, I would play the role play of an anti-LGBTQ Presbyterian banning Sally from ordination. And so we would go back and forth like this to the point where she had her arguments down. I've done this like 3 times, right? So I want to share that because this is how, at least in the Presbyterian tradition in my generation, we took care and affirmed ourselves, because you have to affirm yourself first in order to have the fortitude and resilience to go out into the world that does not affirm you. And that work was done, and it was done in secret, and we fundraised in secret because we didn't have the fun. We were seminary students. We didn't have the funds to do this. We fundraised in secret, and we went. And I want to acknowledge Mika Vandersall and Presbyterian Welcome for the work that they did. That needs to be named. Wait, just 2 more seconds. Okay. So on the other side of that, there was also, when it came time for me to get ordained, I received a call from First Presbyterian Church in Palo Alto. And First Presbyterian Church is one of those churches that had been like in the fight since like the late 80s. So it wasn't an issue for them that I was queer. I think if anything, they just had never had a black pastor before, a black female pastor. I think like actually racially it was more of like, they believed in it, but in their life, most of them had never had like a black boss, which is different. But they're also an amazing congregation, right? But that's something I also think we need to think about with like being liberal in intersections. Like if you've never had somebody who is your peer who is different than you, let alone in a position of authority, what comes up for you around that? And so when it was time for my examination on the floor, for those of you who know Janie Spar, she came to my examination, and I received no questions. I was prepared. I received no questions. By this time, the San Jose Presbytery had already gone through the breaking of that presbytery. So the churches that were not about it, they already left. And who was left in the room wanted me to be there. And I remember being shocked, and shocked so much that I cried after, because the journey to get to this point was wild. And what it showed me was, okay, I do belong here. There actually is a place for me. It's not lip service, it's real. And I think there's something about seeing my chosen church family say, we see you, we hear you, we love you, we affirm God's call in your life, and we want you to be a part of this community, and we will be allies and co-conspirators in voting for your ordination. That means the world, because it means that they see my humanity and they see my gifts and contribution to society, and they agree to support me in it. And I think ultimately, when we're talking about faith communities, the question is, do you actually love your neighbor? It's really simple. We make it so complicated. Do you actually love your neighbor? And if so, what are you willing to do to show them that they are loved? It's not a question of if you were, as human beings, worthy of love. We are inherently. You live, you breathe, you are worthy to be loved. But are you actually doing the loving, which is a verb, not a noun? And that to me is important and powerful, and it matters because churches are cultures of themselves, right? And cultures that influence society, as we well know from the negative side. But there is a positive side too, and I'm looking forward to and hungry, and I know we all are in this room, to see the momentum of that positive side, that actual Christology, not anti-Christology.
I'm looking at the time, and it appears we are moving closer to noon, which on my little paper says that's when lunch starts. I'm curious, would it make sense to keep rolling, with the program, or would you like me to do my 10-minute version of what I had? Okay. We are gonna kind of zoom out and think about safety for LGBTQ people, trans, non-binary, gender non-conforming people specifically, in a broad sense. And I think for me, I wanted to spend most of this space talking about healthcare. And the reason for that is because if you are reading the headlines or paying attention to the talking points about gender identity and about transgender people, most of them, if they're not centered around healthcare bans specifically for youth and in some cases adults, they are about bathrooms and they are about sports, and both of those are rooted in language around anatomy and physiology, which ties back to healthcare. And so I think this is both reductionistic, to think about trans people exclusively through a Western and kind of medicalized lens. And it's a little bit of a priority right now just because that's where so much of the opposition is being advanced from, that specific lens. But I wanted to connect that to some of the work that Michael mentioned I've done for a few years around a specific film, but more generally around what it's going to look like for society to end conversion therapy, to end ideologies that encourage LGBTQ people to change, fix, or manage something about gender identity and sexual orientation. So I wanted to play a 5-minute clip here, just the introduction to Pray Away is the name of the film. And then I will share a little bit about the protagonist you're going to be introduced to and how their story kind of applies to some of these concerns I've just raised around healthcare. We were able to release this film in 2021. The stories that you see in the interviews that were conducted happened throughout 2019, 2020. I feel like what you heard our protagonist here share, who at the time was considered one of the most prominent ex-LGBTQ leaders that this interview was conducted, talks about is how this is usually presented in religious communities. And so it's not a story of, you transgender or you gay, lesbian, bisexual, queer person are bad, let's make you straight. That is certainly one expression of conversion therapy. It's more about how can you, give your life to God, devote your life to God in a way where you will be healed, you will be transformed, you will be renewed, you will be changed. And because that language has changed so much, because the paradigm has shifted, it makes, I think, both adults and especially young people that much more susceptible to that ideology. It's no longer being driven by things like the fear of hell. Instead, it's being motivated by the promise of heaven, metaphorically or literally in many of these communities' cases. And that heaven is something that you can have here on earth. And so in terms of an update, the conversion therapy experience is often thought about as like a gay and lesbian thing. And what you hear through this person's story is a specifically trans experience. And I think it's important to highlight because right now in society around healthcare, these gender-affirming care is being banned, it's being stigmatized, and it's being profoundly misrepresented. And as a result, to take that away from trans, gender nonconforming, and non-binary people is what I would say within of itself a form of conversion therapy. To take away the social support, to take away various therapeutic supports is to demand that a trans, gender nonconforming, or non-binary person be enacting a form of conversion therapy, which is to say it is just as pervasive today, those practices and those beliefs, as they were through the rise of like the organization that gets profiled in that film, Exodus International. Now, the person you saw in this film is someone named Scarlett, and throughout that film, she talks about how she, of course, left this life. How her participation in church allowed her to believe that God wanted to save her from herself. And interestingly enough, through this film, through our team and through the connections that she made the last couple years since its release has meant that she's actually been able to meet LGBTQ Christians. She was doing this kind of full-time ministry, traveling around a lot, and was finally engaging with people who talked about their faith, talked about their sexuality, talked about their gender identity, and formed a friendship, and has been able to build out a care network in a way where just as of a few weeks ago, she was able to re-come out and to share that she's able now to affirm herself and that she has a care network that's giving her space to really be able to kind of healthily lean into who she's known herself to be, which doesn't mean that her road will be easy by any means, but it does mean that the community piece of this, the society piece of this has been really key in her self-development and healing journey. And so that's the kind of healthcare I want to talk about. I think for me, a story I often share is that from the time I moved out of my parents' home to go to college until I was 28 years old, I never went to the doctor. It didn't matter how sick I was. It didn't matter what was happening for me. I was so viscerally uncomfortable in every single medical setting that I just avoided it at all cost. This is not uncommon for trans people, and a part of that isn't just the burden of needing to educate different medical providers about who you are and what it would look like to be spoken to in a respectful way, but frankly, the training isn't there within our healthcare education systems. This is changing, and I know several folks who have been pushing for this, but by and large, I think there is a deficit of information, not just in like public consciousness, but even within professional health fields around what gender affirming care is. So my like big kind of point about this topic is that gender affirming care is purely about health and wellness. And it's something that, while it's been developed around transgender and gender nonconforming communities, applies to everyone. The different ideas and the practices that shape care for us will, I believe, dramatically improve our healthcare system. I think the reason why this is such a hot button issue is because no matter wealth, power, status, or influence in the United States, nobody is free from the problems that exist within our healthcare system. It is challenging for everyone to navigate. And so you take a system like American healthcare, as fraught as it is, and you pair it with really sophisticated, coordinated, and targeted attack against trans people, and we end up in a situation where misinformation, and I would say violent misinformation, proliferates society to the point where I guess what we could call like common sense reinforces not just these negative but harmful ideas about what gender affirming care is and what it isn't. And so for our purposes today, I did want to have time eventually for really specific questions because I think there are personal ones, I think there are really relevant ideas for us to explore together, so I do want to do that. But for now, something I always try to share with people is that gender affirming care is developmentally appropriate, meaning depending on the age of a person, what care looks like, the different practices associated with it dramatically shift. And for most people, whether they be minors or adults, gender affirming care is largely social. It's things like calling somebody by their name. It's using the pronouns that they would like to be used for themselves. It's being able to affirm the clothes that make them feel comfortable. When it comes to the medical pieces of the healthcare conversation, again, that is really specific to the age, it's really specific to the family, it's really specific to the individual who is pursuing that. And what I love about gender affirming care is that it starts through what is called like a trauma-informed lens. And a trauma-informed lens requires that the whole context of a person be taken into consideration. And so, for example, I tell people all the time that I have a primary care provider who, my chart is not just like reflective of my quote-unquote medical history. My ancestry is reflected there. The different questions and concerns I have about issues that health-wise that present themselves to Native Hawaiian communities, to Japanese communities, to mixed race people, all of that is a part of how gender affirming care is offered to me. My doctor and I have a rapport where I feel completely comfortable and safe talking about everything, you know, from my, like, I don't know, like my body's reactions, you know, to different medicines, to sex. And I think that that's something that many people often shy away from, especially LGBTQ people of faith who were made to feel, you know, extra shameful or extra stigmatized about that. That's a big piece of health that is lost, you know, on a lot of our communities because we've been taught to be afraid to engage those subjects, even as adults. So, yeah, I know, again, we're kind of moving into the lunch space, but I wanted to kind of clarify that the rest of the day is intended to be much more interactive. We have these mics here so everybody can be participating together. And again, I'm not a health professional, but I am a gender affirming care evangelist. And yeah, I love to share with people that going to the doctor for the first time, who was able to offer gender affirming care, truly changed my life. And it's because I did not know how low my bar was for interacting with health professionals. And it was the first time I really experienced a system as large as American healthcare, with as many structural problems that exist within it, actually working for me. You know, actually being something that could help me to feel safer and ultimately at home in my body. So yeah, I think that is sort of my biggest takeaway, is it perhaps is intuitive to this audience, but gender affirming healthcare is not as difficult and specific and like precise and specialized as many people think it to be. It is just a really broad way of thinking about wellness at the community and the individual level.
Well, beloveds, we're not going to hold you from food. So thank you all for time. Thank you all those online. Thank you so much. And we'll see you after our bellies are full and hopefully not get the sleepy-itis. Is there any other announcement, Michael, that needs to be made? We will be back at 1 p.m. Thank you.
I hope your bellies are full, but not too full to the point where you get what my family calls the itis and find yourself a little sleepy. And for those online, thank you for hanging in there with us. And I hope your belly is full too. So I would like to introduce a friend of Myles, actually, for our next conversation, which is about gender identity and language. And so we're going to present a TEDx talk from linguist Archie Crowley, who also identifies as non-binary. It's very brief, but incredibly informative. And you all online, I believe the link has been sent to you in the chat. And so we ask that you follow along online as well. So I would like to direct your attentions to the screen as you are digesting. And Myles will pick us back up after the TED Talk. Thank you.
Well, I think we can clap. I think that's a good appropriate response. Thank you to Archie, who is actually a friend of mine who I met through an LGBTQ Christian organization. And so they have a Catholic background. That's something that's informed a lot of their work and commitment to justice and language as well. So it was very cool to get to see them reflect a little bit more intentionally on language and on pronouns and how these things evolve. I guess this is a time where we wanted to open up for some questions or maybe short reflections that anybody might have. One note, I think, maybe to open this up, I really appreciated Archie sharing is around how language and the fact of it changing, the fact of it being different, from one region to another, one culture to another, can kind of be overwhelming sometimes, can kind of be daunting, can kind of lead to despair. And, maybe to say it this way, it's not uncommon to feel like if we can't get something right away, why should we even try? I think that's a really common experience. None of us like to make mistakes. I don't think anybody enjoys putting themselves in a situation where there is some kind of really steep learning curve. That does not feel good. It can be really destabilizing. And so I think that is something that's always worth considering, is that it's common to feel that way, that if information is new to us, it's different to us, then it can be scary. And I think it's perfectly normal and natural to just be able to admit that, and then to navigate, where you go from that place. So,
Myles, what I'm hearing is the consent, the oral consent that we had earlier of leaning into the discomfort.
yeah.
Okay, just checking.
It might feel a little scary to come down the aisle and talk into that microphone, but it is available, it is open. I also, if you're a person who would just prefer to write a question down, I'm going to go ahead and designate Michael as somebody to collect those questions. So feel free to, ask a question that way. He'll just keep his eyes peeled. If you have it, just raise it up. But otherwise, the aisle is open.
It's prepared.
It is prepared. You're not having to say the sinner's prayer or confess, your life to us. But we would love to know what you're thinking.
I'll break the ice since I'm on my fourth cup of coffee.
Okay,
Sure.
Can you come closer to the mic?
I'm Heather. I use she, her pronouns. And I have Googled, but I'm still unsure what someone means when they say I use she, they, or he, they, and I'm not sure how to use that. So I'd love some clarification if y'all would like to give it.
Wow, that's us. We both do that.
We do that.
So why don't you go first?
Okay, well, I will even further queer the queer waters with that question. So, as I said, I identify as cisgender, right? But yeah, I use they pronouns. What's that about? So this is when we're going into queer, not just as a gender or sexual gender identity or sexual orientation, but this is where we get into queer as praxis or cultural. This is when queer gets even deeper in embodiment. And so I use they as a part of my pronouns because I use the Africana, the Black Africana concept. And Africana means continental and all of the diaspora. There's still some seed there where we all connect culturally, of Ubuntu, which means I cannot be me without the community. And so I use the pronouns she, they, because I'm acknowledging myself, she. I'm not, and also acknowledging myself, they, as I am made up of both ancestors and saints, living saints, right? That help to create and nurture me and who I am. I am not just I by myself. And so that is a way to acknowledge that my person is a person of persons, if that makes sense. And so this is why I use she and they.
Yeah, I think for me, I originally was introduced to the transgender discourse and language that came out of a really kind of US or UK centric lens. And so a lot of how transgender people were talked about were still quite binary. You had transgender men and you had transgender women, and to the extent that non-binary people were talked about, that meant you had to be identifying and living in a really deliberately androgynous way. So non-binary was only, in my community, was only being used by people who very intentionally wanted to express the in-betweenness that existed in who they were and how they participated in life. And for me, I felt a little hesitant to identify as a transgender person because a lot of how I found my way to my gender was specifically through my native Hawaiian lineage. And so in Hawaii, which is not too dissimilar from other indigenous cultures, there's always been a much more expansive gender system. And traditionally, there's a kind of category of a gender experience called mahu. And that word sort of loosely translates to middle, but essentially was a kind of gender experience of that betweenness, of being able to have both the masculine and feminine energies, and to be able to preserve the parts of culture that came from those dualities. Mahu were traditionally healers. They were story keepers and storytellers. There was really sacred and specific roles that we had in Hawaiian culture, and a lot of that was erased, unsurprisingly, by missionaries who came in and enforced a gender binary system. Now, through different Hawaiian Renaissance movements, mahu have been increasingly re-recognized and re-esteemed. For a while in Hawaii, mahu was a slur. It was a slang term that was weaponized how the word queer and later faggot came to be known and understood. But there is this reclamation effort that's happening, and when I learned about that, that's where I was able to locate myself, was in the mahu experience. Now, that does not map neatly onto transgender or non-binary categories. However, I think for function and like social connection, it's made sense for me to still use the kind of gender language that is most available to people here in the US, where I live. And so for that reason, beyond just using non-binary, I do use the term transmasculine. And so for me, using they, them is maybe the closest like reference point, for pronouns. However, I am a masculine person. And something that I'm extremely passionate about is like healing masculinity and being able to build constructive visions like of what boyhood and manhood can be like, if not toxic, if not emotionally restricted or repressed, if not violent, then what is it? And so for that reason, it does make sense for me to like locate myself within manhood and participating in that. And so he and him also like feels good and representative of who I am and what I'm doing in the world. I will say, and I think you asked specifically around what does it look like to utilize, multiple pronouns for a person? And I think that is really individual specific. I know folks who will say things like, well, I'll use all pronouns as long as they're respectful. And I know that they like you to mix it up for them. Just change which pronouns you're using when you're referring to them. And I will say, for the friends of mine who I know that is true for, it does take a little more brain energy to do that. But one of the things I love about language changing is that when it doesn't feel scary, it is really beneficial for our neurobiological continued development. That it creates literally new sheaths in there, and we are building our minds in a way where they become more flexible and they become able to adapt, and you're able to learn other new things,
Are you saying that queer and pronouns, anti-aging properties? Is that what I'm hearing?
That is what I am saying.
We love to say
today.
it.
Yeah.
Love to hear it.
Yeah, so, I think just, I love Archie's point of just asking people, what feels good, and, it's gonna be different for everyone, and just practicing changing those around, if that's gonna feel respectful to someone, is the best way to do it. Just practice, practice, practice.
Other questions?
So I have a question about what do you say to children with all the book banning and the restrictions on language and education and telling teachers what they can say or not say? So what advice would you give Annanda, Myles, and educators in the room? How do you talk with children and or parents or grandparents? Thanks.
Michael, I appreciate that question. And those of you in the audience and online, put it in the chat. We'll find a way. Please pop up to also address this. I think there is a way that needs to be done that is, and when I say age appropriate, I'm not talking necessarily from a moral standpoint, although that's important. I'm talking from a cognitive standpoint of what each age group is able to understand, right? And so when you think about little kids, I actually think children are easier to teach than adults. A lot of adult education is unlearning and then relearning. It is harder to learn as an adult and harder to shift than it is as kids. So if I consider, pastoring and being a part of different youth groups, the kids got it quick. It's real simple for the kids. This particular person likes to be called, prefers the pronouns they. Why? And because they want to. Okay, and the kid might have a comment, right, of oh, this might be funny, or it might not be to them. They're just all right, it is what it is, because it's a norm for them, right? You just established a norm for the kid. Adults were undoing a lot of experiences, in which case their norm is drastically different, therefore it's more difficult. Are you going to speak to this particular question?
I do want to speak to this issue. I was born in 1933, so do the math. I'm a mom. I have a straight son and a gay son. They're 18 months apart, so when they were 2 and 3, I bought books for them, illustrated books, that showed how the human body grows and what it becomes. It wasn't something that was personal to them at that point, but it really helps them grow up. I don't believe in waiting for age appropriate and having kids highly embarrassed by what we teach them. I think teaching them early when it's just facts, like any other facts, works best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I know one sort of insight that was shared with me early on was that as soon as a child starts asking, that is when a child is ready. And so I do think that there are certainly some conversation topics that we should be really proactive around teaching kids, for example, consent. I think that that is something that should be broached even before a child is asking, and they're probably not going to use that language, but just being really clear about what it means to have your own body and what it means to ask other people if touching is going to feel okay for them. So that's, for example, a question, like a topic that I think should be introduced a lot earlier than it often is. But yeah, I do. There are, of course, like really particular milestones like we know about in like childhood development, and I can just share like from my own experience with sexual orientation. It's a little bit more straightforward, I think, you know, for kids because they see films like where there are couples, you know, they're reading books like where they see different family configurations, and they are in their own family, right? And no matter what the grandparent or the parent structure is, there's like a really intuitive way that little people already understand that romantic and sexual partnerships happen. They don't need to know all the details, but I think giving them information about how that can look different, and that, you know, healthy relationships are based on things like consent, love, connection, respect, compassion, empathy. Those are not gendered things. Those are not orientation things. And I think just being really clear that about what safe, loving relationships are paints the healthiest picture about sexual orientation and, you know, what can be possible for a little person as they grow up. When it comes to gender, again, it's really interesting for me. I have a niece and a nephew. My niece is 11, my nephew is 1. And I was much geographically closer to my niece the first 6 years of her life, so I spent a lot of time with her. This was before I started the medical part of my transition, and so she, before her little 6-year-old eyes, you know, was watching that unfold, and I was asking her to do a variation of the name she already called me, which was helpful to her, and to think about me. I just kind of defaulted to like as a boy, and it was so hard for her as a 6-year-old. She was in kindergarten at the time, which, if you don't remember, even currently is very binary, because developmentally, at that age, like the brain is wanting to do categories, is wanting to make some important distinctions and separations. And so she got really locked into there are boys and there are girls, and there are things that boys do and there are things that girls do, things that boys like and things that girls like. And that was challenging because she was very antagonizing toward me, and I had to like be really self-reflective on how she was not aiming to hurt me, but it did hurt my feelings. And I think that that's something that adults don't reckon enough with, that it is possible to have your feelings hurt by a child. But I was experiencing her as bullying me. And, you know, just 3 years prior to that, like as a toddler, I will never forget, we were driving in the car with my sister and my mom, and she just kind of, on her own, turned to me and said, did you know mommy's a girl? And I said, yes. And she said, and Grammy's a girl. I said, yes. And she said, and you're a people. And I was like, oh my God, like.
The shade.
Yeah.
Child shade.
But she's picking up on something, right? Like she can feel that, she can sense that, and just 3 years later, kindergarten comes along, and then all of a sudden it's like, no, like.
Yeah, the socialization.
Yes, like, and so I do sense that point though. It's just like taking time to just kind of, I think just say it like this, you know, there are boys, there are girls, and there are people who are both, or they're neither. And I think that, at least the youngest, like I've been in relationship with is 4, but that idea has made sense. And again, it's going to be different from community to community, culture to culture, language to language, but I do get the feeling that a lot of the panic around what is age appropriate comes from the idea, or comes from the fact that LGBTQ communities have been over and hypersexualized. So when people like hear that acronym, they immediately think of porn. Like that is actually like where their minds and their brains go. And so then they're under the impression that that is what you're trying to teach and that is what you're trying to show, instead of healthy relationship and all of the different diversity in which that can be expressed. So that's how I try to turn down the volume, is just to be really clear with people. Like, here are the topics, here's how we're engaging them, here's how we're like letting kids know like diversity exists in gender and in orientation. Because even when you have not been sexualized, you're prepubescent, you're a child, like you still have an orientation. You know, it's not romantic, it's not sexual, but like it is an orientation. It's a affect, you know, about you, and I think kids need to know that, yes, that exists in them and in their little friends, and there's a way to really respect and affirm that in each other. So, yeah.
Thanks, Myles. So I see we have 2 questions, 1 and 2. Please go ahead. And please share with us your name and pronouns.
Sure. My name is Frank Guzman. I'm at the Pomona Pride Center. I'm the executive director. My pronouns are he, him, his.
And can you speak slightly slower? And it's a unidirectional mic, so you don't have to go so close to it.
Sure.
So there's a little less feedback.
Okay, so I was really just going to comment on the topic at hand, and just say that like some of these conversations and learnings are protected by like state law and ed code, and I think we forget that as well. And I know they're tough conversations, but I'm a parent, and I came out to my kids when they were 8 and 10 years old. And that was one of my fears at that time, but it was just a fear I had, because my kids, when I came out to them, were like, okay, it was no big deal. Like they were able to just like learn it and be okay with it. And they still had 2 parents who co-parented. They still had that. And so I feel like sometimes we as adults overthink these conversations and overthink these learnings for us. But it's important to remember that, and I say the ed code and state law because I'm a former school board member, and these are protected conversations and learnings in the education system. And I feel like we as educators sometimes take these things to a different level because we're trying to interject our own personal feelings and things of that sort, and we just need to make sure that we are just following like what's provided to us, because that information is pretty non-binary. We make it more binary ourselves. So that's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think this thing works. My name is Celeste. I am a trans woman. I use she, her pronouns. And I just wanted to comment on this as well because I'm also a parent. I have a 12 and 10-year-old, and I remember this was last summer. We grew up, and we had been in really conservative circles for most of my kids' life, and so that's what they had been brought up with, and they had seen some of the like changing views or whatever, but we hadn't talked a lot with them. And it was like last summer I was so scared that I had educated my kids against what I was becoming. And that when I talked to them, that it was going to be a huge thing. And again, they were 11 and 9 at the time. And we sat them down, and I was, through fear and whatever. And within 2 or 3 minutes, my oldest was just like excited and asking questions. Oh, what does this mean? This is exciting. And wow, we used to be against that, but that was dumb and, and whatever. And my youngest, pretty quickly was like, well, people should be able to do what they want. And, I was like, there are people who don't like this. And, my youngest was just like, this is okay. He's very justice-minded, and so he's was just like, you should be able to do what you want. And so we just had a really great conversation. They've been fantastic since then. They call me Maddie, which I love. Going back to the point about people being able to call, kind of choose pet names and things like that. So anyway, it was, being honest with them, not overloading them. There are things I don't talk about with them, but they see what I'm doing, and they've been actually really amazing about it. So.
Thank you both for sharing, because I think that's so important, and all too often we actually don't have experience. I do not hear often enough experiences of queer parents. So thank you for sharing that. If I think about the few relationships, and I've had a few, but the relationships that I've had, like romantic partnerships, as my family, I was trying to make sense of what it meant to be, for me to identify as queer, first as lesbian and then as queer. After a while, when they saw the same relationship dynamics in terms of like respect and like just the same thing of like being human, after a while, I think whatever fears of the assumptions that they had, because they'd been in heteronormative communities their entire life, heteronormative church spaces, after a while my dad was like, oh, being in a relationship with another woman or a trans person has the same issues as like me and my wife some days. I'm like, yes, good sir, indeed, this is the case. And so what Myles is talking about of healthy relationships, I think is so important. But Wendy, I want to acknowledge you.
So my name's Wendy, and my pronouns are she and so I'm a kindergarten teacher, and just the other week, I was sitting at my desk waiting for them to finish a paper so I could stamp the star, and I saw Leilani coming by Annelle, and Annelle says, are you a girl or a boy? And I've been watching Leilani since she was in transitional kindergarten. And I was asking the same thing when I had yard duty, because she had long hair, but she presented herself as a boy, a kindergartner, a 4-year-old. Okay, it doesn't matter to me if she's a boy or a girl, whatever, let's go, play safe. And she had long hair, kept it in a ponytail, and was rough and tough, just like the boys. And so now we come to this day, and is she a boy or a girl? And I was like, and it hurt Leilani tremendously. I could see it in her face. She didn't know what to say. So I had Leilani sit down, and I asked Annelle to come. Does it matter if she's a boy? No. Does it matter if she's a girl? No. Then why do you have to ask? Oh, I just wanted to know. Okay, so that puts a little seed in my head. So I brought Leilani up, and I said, Leilani, did that question bother you? And she said, yes, it did. Now I know I have to talk to the parents. So I told her, and I have to say her, because on my form it says female, and her name is Leilani. So I don't have, and I've never been told otherwise, so I have to address her as she. And I said to her you are beautiful, just the way you are. And you're amazing, and you're powerful. And I tried to give her some words to tell Annelle, but I didn't feel good about the words I was telling her. I was telling her I was telling Leilani to tell Annelle, it's not your business. And then she got the attitude of, it's not your business. Wait. You need to say it gently and friendly, because she is gentle and friendly. And I don't know, I was struggling with it. So I did talk to the parent. Unfortunately, it was the uncle, and he is as straight as could be. A girl is a girl and a boy is a boy, and that's how God decided. Okay, well, she needs words to say. And finally, the uncle went to Mom, and Mom texted me, "What's up? You want to know about Leilani's gender?" I'm like, no. She just needs the words. What to say? And so Mom said that she would talk to Leilani and see what they can come up with. But my question is, how do I help Annelle and all the other Annelles in my classroom?
Okay, I'm gonna briefly say something. So thank you, Wendy, for sharing. So the chaplain in me came out as you were having the conversation with both of the little people students, kindergartners. One, when you asked Leilani, did that upset you? And they said yes. I would put in there a follow-up question. What about it was upsetting for you? So Leilani is able to tell you, or you're able to deduce and make an assessment very clearly of what their pain point is. What about it bothers? Because that remained slightly unknown. It was just known that they were bothered by it. And then when it comes to the other kindergartner, the other little human, but you actually did that. Why do you want to know? Oh, I just want to know. And so affirming somebody's curiosity, I think, is important. And I hear what you're saying is the boundary of, like, when is it okay or not okay to, like, continue to press or ask further. And so, sorry, I lost my train of thought. And so I think that's important. When you ask those follow-up questions, I think that's actually very, very crucial. Why does this bother you? And they might not want to tell you, and that is perfectly fine. And you have to sit in your stuff and deal with you. And then you have to say, well, why does this bother me? And so those are some tools that I think are really, really important. And also the tool of teaching somebody the boundaries of, oh, this person seems very upset when you ask this, then you have to deal with your stuff. But Myles, I'll let you take it.
Yeah, I think...
And we have 6 minutes till the next segment.
This is a tricky thing because I do think at that age, there is openness, there's curiosity, there is somebody wanting to know, not because they necessarily want to pass a judgment. They just want to figure out, like, hey, you're a little different. Tell me about it. Like, what's going on? And I actually really believe in supporting that curiosity, because my fear is that when the Annelles of it all are asking that question, they just get shut down. Yeah. And they're made to feel like they did something wrong because they asked a question. And I think that sets people up to be fearful of their own curiosity, of their own wonderings. And so I think to be able to, like Annanda said, really affirm that curiosity and why is that something you're curious about? And is it going to change anything when you know the answers? And what if there's not an answer? Is that okay? I think that kind of engagement can be super constructive. But I do hear another question, in your question, and that is what happens when Leilani's being interrogated from a judgment, from a place of
a kind of bullying question there, because I was definitely asked that question as a child. Are you a boy or are you a girl? But I would say it like this: are you a boy or are you a girl? Like, there was definitely like antagonism behind the question, and that's when I think it's a little bit different, you know, for how you engage as the teacher, because at that point, the question is not curiosity, it's harassment. And save like that, you know, for a different, you know, sort of way of interacting, I still feel like that being able to affirm the curiosity while challenging the antagonism is key. But I don't know, I think most parents in that situation, that it gets tricky, right? Because what resources do they have? What support do they have? Do they know that you're a safe teacher for them to be exploring that, like, with their kid? I think oftentimes when parents are called, they're called because their kid's in trouble. You know, and so I think there's already this like pretense that if the school is calling me, it's because my child did something wrong. And if the call is actually about their gender, then it can send this message that like, oh, my child's gender is wrong. And then that just, you know, can lead down a certain path. And so I do think there's something really important and valuable there about letting the parents know, like, just so you know, like, we aim for the classroom to be a safe place for kids to kind of explore, to be themselves, and to try different things on. And we love your kid exactly who they are. Like, so it doesn't need to look a certain way. Just wanted to let you know this is something that your kid's thinking about, you know, and it's something that they're experiencing. And I always try to just like turn down the volume on whatever might feel like a emergency or a crisis.
Yeah. And Wendy, don't beat yourself up. I think you did an excellent job of modeling inclusivity in your classroom.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Leah, and my pronouns are she, they. And I'm still figuring it out.
That's real.
The reality, when I hear that, I was raised in Germany, and I was constantly asked, are you a boy or a girl, when I was little. And I got away with being a boy a lot of the time, though, because I was a total tomboy. But as I grew up into a teenager, that's when I was actually getting more hassled. Like, that's when it became like, are you a boy or a girl? Like, then it became an insult almost, because, and I don't know, I was trying to do the right thing, you know, it's like but I wasn't either. And so I think it is actually really important to start to normalize that at a much earlier age. So that, you know, like again, when I was little, I could get away with it. It didn't matter, like people would ask me, but they didn't really care. I was hanging out with the boys, I was hanging out with the girls. I was like boy-oriented, but as I got into teenagehood is when it became insulting and confrontational, and then it made issues. So yeah, I love that it's coming up in Wendy's classroom, and to me, the danger around banning gay or whatever, we don't have to say gay, but just to normalize that we're all over the place, and that's awesome. We're people, you know. So that was just like yeah. And an early age. Let's be inclusive from the beginning. It's like, you know, like, and I thank God my mom was very inclusive, but.
Thank you so much. Next segment?
Transition.
Transition indeed.
Yeah. We're turning now to our next segment. This has become a talk show, apparently. We do, again, if you have more questions, we really want to take time to work through whatever's coming up for you. I will say at the end of today, I don't know how much time you have.
I mean, I'm here for this.
We're sticking around, and hope that we all continue to get to dive deeper, you know, into wherever your mind is going. But now we are moving into this third conversation here, where Annanda and I are going to be joined by some other conversation partners, and we're going to talk about one of the main reasons we're here gathered, and that is intergenerational similarities, differences, nuances. That's something that we felt like has always kind of been a life source for LGBTQ movement. So we're gonna get into that. So if the folks who have said yes to sitting with us at this table will join us, we're going to start there.
Yeah, and as they're walking up, intergenerational dialogue is so important, and I do think it is something that is lacking in the queer community. And so it's important that we hear our stories and pass down, one, wisdom, but also just acknowledge our shared humanity in the different ages in which we represent. So Jerry, Cait, your mics are unidirectional, so whereas Myles and I can just sit here and talk, you're gonna speak deep into it. But I would appreciate if you all introduce yourselves to the audience briefly.
Thanks for having me. Can you hear me?
Might be off.
Hello. All right, awesome. My name is Cait Ride. I'm going to say this slowly because it's my first time saying it. I go by she, they. I am excited to say that because yesterday was the first time that I feel like I came to a place where I'm like, yep, that's right for me. And so that's new. I'm really excited to be in a safe space where I can share that and explore that with amazing people and sort of get a better understanding of what that means for me as well. So thank you for that. I am a member of CUCC. My wife Whitney, who just arrived with actually our dog, who I believe is wearing a rainbow bow tie if you need a therapy dog during this at all. Oslo is here as well. We've been members here for about 2 years, I believe, a year and a half perhaps, and I had the joy of being able to speak during the Affirming Sunday in October, and that was a really beautiful experience for me to be able to get out of my comfort zone, publicly speaking, first of all, and also just share my joy in being a part of a community that is open and affirming, in a space that this is my hometown. So to kind of come back, I was not involved in the church for about 15, 20 years, and I do have minister parents as well, so it was just interesting to kind of step away from that. So it's nice to be back. I feel very welcomed here. I love that we get to do this conference space here in now my home church, so thank you for having me.
Hi, my name is Jerry Capwell. I go by he, him. I was in a 37-year relationship. My husband died just about a year ago. Not knowing exactly what I wanted to do after that year, a year ago, I thought I'd audition some churches through streaming, and while I knew of the reputation of Claremont UCC, I never really stepped through the door. So in October, I took the chance to come in, hide in the back for the service, and duck out before anybody could talk to me. Did that for a couple of weeks when Pastor Jake had mentioned that there was this thing called Another Voice going to be meeting in a few weeks. I thought, well, okay, don't really have any friends around here anymore. If I'm going to meet anybody, I'm going to have to take the step. So went to the little group where Cait was helping to revitalize the group after it had been on hold and hiatus for several years with COVID. And because of that warm welcome, I came back. So I've actually only been coming here for the past 6.5 months. And there are a couple of people here looking at me who've known me for years. And I think that they will agree that the transformation in 6 months is remarkable. Because I'm finally learning how to pull parts of my life back together to make me a whole person again. So, yeah, I'm the new kid, so to speak, but it's challenging to think that 5 months ago when 1, 2, 3, 4, and I had a dinner discussion about where are we going with this? How do I relate to people after being out of the social circle for 37 years, insulated from what I considered the real world, and then getting an email saying, hey, I need some help putting it together. Surprise. What a transformation it's been for me. Because, Michael, the last time you saw me, I was broken and crushed. Thank you.
I also want to acknowledge, because Jerry is special in another way, a lot of the hospitality, most of the hospitality that you see here and in this setup, that comes from this man's brilliant brain. So
Where do we begin?
where do we begin?
Yeah,
Should we say our generations? If we wish.
Sometimes I feel like generations are like the water you swim in, like you don't know you're in it. It's just like so much a part of how you participate in life that you can't conceptualize something outside of it.
Yeah.
But maybe that would be a helpful exercise for us. Oftentimes I don't ask people how old they are. I ask them, do you have an age? And then if they say yes, I'm like, well, what do you think that is? Relatively. Yeah. So you could also answer that question. What generation do you feel like you're a part of? Do you have an age? What is it?
Well, I'm the obvious baby boomer, senior citizen, retired, and I even mentioned to somebody over lunch, I grew up in such a small, insulated, cocooned, constipated community that when Stonewall happened, I didn't know it happened until 10 years later, nor did I understand the significance of it. That helps define where I came from. And as I was beginning to try to understand who I was, what my identity was, there were no such things as counselors and therapists. We worked it out, well, at least I worked it out on my own without discussing with anybody because there was nobody I could trust to discuss it with. So that's where I came from.
And can I ask a follow-up question, Jerry? Yes. When did that change for you? Like, at what point in life did you feel like you could talk to somebody, you could share, you know, you met a partner, like, how old were you when those
When I
shifts
could
happened?
actually say, okay, when I felt comfortable in talking about it, let's make that point. I was in my mid-30s. Yet I knew I was different from most anybody else around me when I was 8. So close to 30 years before I could speak it. And then I met the man of my dreams, and it was 37 years.
Another follow-up question. Once you met your husband, were the two of you able to find community, to find other folks to hang out with who had similar experiences?
Conveniently, 3 years before we met, I had finally walked through the door of Metropolitan Community Church here in this area. And so I was thoroughly, fully involved, and he came along for the ride when it's like, okay, this is part of who I am. And yes, until that particular church closed, we were there multiple days a week, involved on the board, deacons, everything. So yes, what the problem was is once that church closed, we went nowhere. And for the past 20-something years, I have not quite known what I wanted to do. And feeding my spiritual life coming into here was not my priority.
What was?
My priority coming here was I simply needed a social connection. And that was the only thing that I wanted, and Pastor Jacob knows that all I wanted to do was sit in the back and be refilled. And as several people know here, that didn't last very long.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm next. We're going down the line. Okay. Well, I told you all. I'm in my Jesus year, 33. Soon to be 34.
Why? Okay, let's pause. Why do we call the year he was murdered his year? Like,
Supreme
people have always said there was like, oh, Jesus year 33. I'm like, y'all, that's when he was killed. Like,
yeah, but also resurrected at the same age.
It was a big year.
It's a big year.
It was a big year for him.
So I'm claiming the resurrection part.
Got it.
Yeah,
Thank
we're
you.
still in Eastertide.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so I'm a millennial, 89. And, I think generationally the biggest thing that I can recall is when I realized that I was queer, it was first semester, first year of seminary. And I was repressed to myself. Looking back, I was like, oh my gosh, I flirted with homegirls all throughout college, but just flirted, did not go any further. I made out with guys, but it felt like kissing a lamp. I was like, I don't know why, sorry. I was like, I don't know why people are so excited about this. It's just not hitting, I don't get it. But when I kissed a woman for the first time, I was like, oh, this is what love songs are about. This all makes sense. All of the chemicals were rushing as they should have. And so, but it actually was the church that did that for me. It was seminary, and seeing so many queer Christians, I felt comfortable enough within myself to ask those questions and then to seek and find answers. And I put that in a generational perspective because it took a few generations to pass ordination in the Presbyterian Church for me to even have the experience that I had. But without that prior work, for several of you who are in this room, I would not have come out to myself. And I would not have known that it was safe to come out. And when I first came out, I was scared and thought I was possessed because I kind of shared some of the background that I came from. And then I realized, oh, this is not a Jesus or God problem. This is a person problem. Got it. And then I was able to shift my orientation towards care, and that my relationship with God was actually very good. So that's kind of briefly, generationally, where I come out of.
right before marriage, but immediately after ordination passed in the PCUSA.
I have some follow-up questions.
Yes.
So I often, and this kind of, I throw it out to Jerry as well. When I think about generational differences, one of the first things that comes to mind for me is like the advent of the internet and how that sort of changed the ways that people were able to think about themselves, how they were able to find community, how they were able to locate their own story and the stories of other people. And so I'm curious, for actually both of you, how like the internet and what you could find online had any effect, if at all, on your own identity development and being able to come to a place of self-love, acceptance, and sharing that with other people.
Had there been such a thing as a computer when I was growing up, my first, I was 7 years out of college before I even touched a computer. So it's only speculation, but knowing what I know about something about the internet, it would have made a major difference because I do so much research.
Yeah.
I can feed my research geek daily, and I do. But the funny thing is I didn't have words for my feelings.
Yeah.
My hometown was so repressive, they didn't understand ways to describe what my feelings were. It was either perverted or wrong or naughty, but no understanding whatsoever of what feelings were. And of course, as you've alluded to, that identity is somehow confused with that stuff that happens in the bedroom. And I don't know that we are much past where I was when I was a kid. I think that equation is still, today, it infuriates me, but what can I do? Outside of getting into some sort of philosophical and psychological discussion with somebody, people are probably still as close-minded now as they were then. It's just got a different vocabulary. Would the internet have made a difference? Maybe it would have speeded my development, but I don't know that it would have eased it, given my situation.
Yeah.
But then, how do I know?
Sure.
My history's my history, and I can't speculate how it would have been different.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, I think for me, the internet didn't play as big of a role for me coming out. It played a role when my partner came out as trans non-binary, and this was in 2014. And so I was looking for resources on how do I support my partner, and this is when my orientation changed from lesbian to queer. And so I was looking at how do I support them in this? And what does that look like? And what are the resources? In 2015, y'all, it was stark. There were no resources. And if there was, it was on YouTube, and it was the few trans folk that were brave enough to talk about their transition. And so I was using the internet to look up medically, what does it mean to be on T? Like, what are the different, top surgeries that are possible? I was scouring the internet, and today is a world of difference than what it was just in 2014. So that's how the internet played a role. But I'll say in terms of technology, the overall question of technology, the technology of worship played a role for me because I grew up in the church. So as I shared, I moved a lot as a kid, but what was consistent was Presbyterian worship everywhere that I went.
Right.
And so the fact that it was Presbyterian queer Christians who created a fellowship and are like, we think you're a little gay. And I'm like, I don't know, but let's see. You know, that consistency of worship, that technology of the ritual of worship actually created the space for me to come out, because I was able to come out with queer Christians, and I knew church culture because church culture was the most consistent culture outside of like being black. And again, I'm a woman raised by a man, right? For the most of my life, my dad. So church culture was always my constant. And so that created the safety for me to come out.
Yeah. Cait, tell us about your generational orientation, how that's affected your experiences, understanding yourself. Anything you'd like to share?
Sure, yeah. So I am 35. Can you hear me? 35 years old, and I grew up with lesbian moms. So my mom and dad got a divorce when I was in like the 3rd or 4th grade. So I was sort of exposed to divorced parents and, you know, remarriage and all of that at a really young age. And I would say that that was really difficult for me. And then the addition of, but what is a lesbian? Like, that was hard for me to kind of grapple with, I think, at a young age. And it wasn't until, I would say I identified as straight until I was maybe around 22 years old. I was in about a 5-year relationship with a wonderful young man named Carl, and I thought I was gonna marry him and, you know, start our family together. And, you know, that just wasn't our destiny. And I look back and I wonder, like, was I repressing anything? I was speaking to Michael about this and Annanda at dinner last night, and I truly don't believe I was repressing my sexuality at a young age. And I find that kind of fascinating just to sort of ruminate on, because I don't come across that in conversations with queer people often. Oh my gosh, look at my dog. Oh, he was just like watching.
He heard your voice.
It's like, where is this coming from? And so I just, that is part of my story. I met Whitney when I was 22. We've been married for a little over 9 years and together for a little over 13 years. Wow. And thank you. Thank you. It's interesting to see what roadblocks, you know, even we've come across as millennials. We lived in Oregon when we decided that we wanted to, you know, be together forever. We initially became domestic partners because that's all that was accepted for us. That's what our option was at the time. And we said, you know, like, we want to be recognized, like, for real, like, even beyond domestic partnership. We want to be married, and we want it to be a legal marriage. So what are we going to have to do? We have to cross state lines, and that's just wild to think that, you know, our generation had to cross state lines to get married to the person that we wanted to get married to, you know, and that was back in 2014. After that, Whitney was working at a hospital, and we thought, okay, great, I'm gonna get on to her health care. No. Marriage is between a man and a woman. You are not gonna get onto her health care. So there was just these borders, these boundaries that we were gonna have to face, or we were realizing we are being discriminated against, and we hadn't experienced that really overtly before. So it is interesting to kind of think back, like, wow, you think we're way beyond this, and in reality, it was just a few years ago that we were not, and we still are fighting these fights to this day. But I am happily and proudly married, and we are on each other's health care now.
So something that I'm thinking about based on these reflections is intergenerationally, there's pieces like of the movement in our communities that have changed dramatically because of technology, not just the internet, but transportation, right? The accessibility that we have to one another has evolved, over the decades. And yet, I think about conversations I've had with Michael. I often look at folks who've been doing this kind of work, like Michael and like Bear, within denominations and at universities and across different institutions, and I think I can't imagine what it would have been like. I have this sort of, what's the opposite of romanticized? Yes, I have a very nihilistic view of how things must have been. Especially when my vision of the 1980s, I just think is fraught. And that's for good reason. I do think it was a fraught time. But it's been said a couple times, things have changed and they're still the same. Even down to the language, down to the rhetoric in terms of the opposition, the views that were entrenched then and proliferated religious and social life are still present. Those fears have not been undone in such a substantive way that they're gone. They still exist in people, and it still requires a really intentional and deliberate, I like that you use the phrase unlearning, as people who are trying to show up and support communities that we find ourselves within or we want to be supportive of. I do know that something I've really appreciated about being in community with LGBTQ people intergenerationally has been mentorship. I am curious for the folks here, and it doesn't have to be somebody older or wiser, but if you've had a friend, just another person or a partner, who really you considered kind of a mentor, just being in conversation with them helped you, to become okay. And if not, do you, yeah.
Yes, go for it.
Well, my mentor is here, Mama Bear. I would say that she's the reason that I knew that I was okay and in a safe space to come out when I found this out about myself. I was in this relationship with, whom I said Carl, lovely Carl, and it's just, I went to my mom so confidently saying, I have these other feelings, I need someone to talk to, I know you're the right person to talk to, and it was, you can choose to go this path that you're laying out for yourself, or you can also say, I'm going to start experimenting with other things. Give yourself this choice to explore. And just being given that permission that I didn't need, but so appreciated. And I do think that that's how kind of we can see gender roles, how you want to express yourself. We don't need permission. We can give ourselves that permission. I want to say that clearly. When you can find a way to give yourself permission to do anything that feels best and right for you, that's just such a beautiful space to be in. But when you have a mentor or people that you can look up to and have these open conversations with, it just allows that much more safety and ability to express yourself. So my mom being that person for me at a really young age throughout my whole life allowed me that space to feel very comfortable and say, okay, I need to end this relationship and start exploring. This is going to be really good for me. What's the best thing that can happen? I can find the love of my life and I can get married and explore new ways to be that I didn't even imagine before. And so I really appreciate the ability to have inner dialogue with yourself, and then allow yourself to express that with other people that you feel safe with, so that you can really expand your mind and get curious and, you know, be non-judgmental with yourself, because who knows what else is out there for you once you do that and open yourself up to other people who will let you in.
I don't think I had any one particular person. I would say that while I do understand the reference to MCC earlier, it was the cocoon that I needed. Having been around multiple faith groups from kind of one end to the other, I needed a place where I could gather it together. And for 15 years, MCC did that for me, helped me understand theology, doctrine, and my own personal self. And as I said, 3 years into my being there, then Chris was immersed in it as well. And his story was completely different from mine, but I think it also started bringing the bread dough together to make us who we were as a couple. From then on, then we had this 20-year hiatus, and in the last 6-7 months, the place or people that have helped put me back together again are right here.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, I feel incredibly blessed to have had incredible mentorship, and I think it's because I came out in seminary, and at least 3 of my mentors are in this room: Michael, Bear, Susan. And so in large part, in particular, when I came out, I did not know of too many Black folk that were open and affirming. And so my mentorship, being queer for the most part, by and large, and has since expanded, but by and large has been, my white elders, my white queer elders. And that's through More Light Presbyterians, an organization that Michael helped founded in the Presbyterian Church, and they nurtured me in leadership. They nurtured me shoulders to cry on. They gave me a space to explore, and for that I'm forever thankful. I think in some ways, I wouldn't be here, and by here I mean I would not be in the church. There have been multiple times where I have tried to leave, and there's like, oh, hey, Annanda, there's this opportunity. We see this gift in you here, and I'm not alone. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that deeply, and even in my ministry to this day, I'm not alone. And it is invaluable. Invaluable. And so for that, I am eternally and remain quite grateful. Even the ministry that I have right now at Stanford, it's funded by a fantastic bisexual human being. And so it is vital, in my opinion, to have that mentorship. It is, that's as much as I'll say.
Yeah. Another thing that's coming to mind for me that seems of note before we transition again into our next discussion is that I do think society kind of largely in the US, but I'm sure this is reflected in other contexts as well, has a very negative view of aging, and then over infantilizing view of youth. And so there is this perception that our elders are irrelevant and that our youth are uneducated or entitled or don't have wisdom based on a lack of years, or lived experience. And so I do think to be able to challenge those kind of norms is so healthy for everybody in society, but I think especially for LGBTQ people, to be able to imagine that we all have something extremely valuable to offer each other. And I know that in this political moment, that we're in, I find myself, looking to elders and asking them, when Anita Bryant was on her campaign, what was the resistance like? How did people organize? What was the way that messages were crafted to challenge that thinking, And I think we can replicate, those campaigns. And sure there are differences, but there's something really timeless about what LGBTQ people have always been able to come up with for ourselves. We've always been here, and because that is true, I think there are different tools that are worth learning about and using and taking advantage of. So I don't know, I'm really appreciative for this space and for this conversation, because I do think that it is understated resource, that we could have, and it's something that I do hope more people really start to look into cultivating. And I ask about the mentorship specifically because I do think that it goes both directions. If you've had mentors, like, who are you mentoring? Are there younger people in your life, or people who are just newer, to their sense of self, who you're in relationship with and you're supporting? And I think that's really key, is like to think about the reciprocity, of that. Who are you learning from, and who are you sharing with? So maybe that's kind of where we land for now. And if there are questions or other reflections, we can take those. Anything else you wanted to offer? Something you wish you would have been asked that you weren't?
On the spot, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cait.
Okay.
Take a breath, take a stretch.
Yeah, take a deep breath, a stretch. Yeah. Let's get our blood flowing a little bit. Hello. Yeah. Seriously, I'll stretch your arms. I mean it. Great. Stand. Yeah.
Lead us in a stretch. Let's do it.
Reach for the sky.
Oh, that feels nice.
Deep belly breaths. We love that. Love that belly breath. Okay, so we have hit a little past 2:30. It's time for our fourth conversation. And for those in our fourth conversation, we invite you up. The next panelists are, and this fourth conversation is perspective of parents, grandparents, and families. And so we've invited parents and grandparents to come on up and share with us their perspective on LGBTQIA plus inclusion in their homes and in their lives.
Hey.
So in keeping with good form from the last segment, I'll ask you both to introduce yourselves, and out of respect, I'll ask you to go first. We just talked about elders, and I'm a firm believer elders get the first say.
And I am the elder here.
Yes.
Oops.
There you go.
I say I am the elder here. I'm Elizabeth Moore. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I brought notes with me so I can stay on topic and not take too long. I want to start by introducing you to Hazel Renee Moore, my absolutely amazing 19-year-old granddaughter.
Hazel was born Griffin Lee Moore in Nashville in 2003. She was sent as a child at her other grandparents' expense to a very conservative school. A school which, when she was in elementary school, she would say to me, "Why do the teachers feel obligated to interrupt whatever the correct topic is and tell us how bad homosexuals are?" Her parents had a very troubled marriage. They ended up getting separated in 2013 and divorced in 2014, and sadly her mother died in 2016. So she had kind of a tough childhood. She eventually came out to her father, but she said to him, "You must not tell anybody else, not even Grandma." Eventually, they did tell the family, and she told me her name was Hazel. "I will confess to you," I said to my son, "I don't have any problem with her being trans, but where in God's name did she come up with Hazel?" It was really difficult for my husband and for my father, or my son, but I admire them both in that they set out to educate themselves rather than to deny what was going on. And finally, my son came to me and said, "You know, I've loved her since the day she was born. Why would I stop now?" His education paid off. Her other grandparents to this day will not use her name, will not use her pronouns, and will tell her often that her claiming to be trans is an insult to the memory of her dead mother. She has decided to break off the relationship with them. She finally figured out that it was painful and it wasn't productive. School has been difficult for her. Bullying, battles about restrooms. She went off to college this year and found that living in a dorm was just more than she could do. She made it through the year, but she's taking a gap year next year. Through all of this, I have tried to be supportive. I will confess to you that after having called her him for that many years, I still mess it up. I try not to do that, and I'll say more about that later. I went to Nashville, hired a lawyer, and she and her father supported her all the way through changing her name legally. Although if you live in Tennessee, you cannot change the designation of male or female on your driver's license. Your name can be Hazel, but you're still a male. Fortunately, the lawyer said to us, "Tell her to get a passport as fast as she can, because on US passports, you have the right to declare your own gender, and it's M or F or X, as in, I'm not going to declare something here." She's come out to Pilgrim Place several times. She loves it here. She said to me after the first visit, she said, "You can be whoever you are here, and nobody judges you." California is a very different place than Tennessee. Jump ahead to some thoughts I put down on loving my trans grandchild. First comment I heard often was, "Well, you know, this is probably just a phase she's going through." I have read that, and this was a 10-year-old statistics, that 90% of the people who say they're trans are trans. 10% of the people who think they might be trans turn out not to be. I was talking to Hazel this week. I told her that statistic. She said, "Wrong." She said 99% of the people who think they're trans are. Believe your child. The other thing I heard often was, "Well, I certainly never saw this coming." We see what we want to see.
Yep.
Believe your child, your grandchild. Respect what they tell you. I've learned to be her advocate. Actually, Bear Ride calls me the fierce grandma. She did not have to tolerate the grandparents that were being cruel to her. Other people, if they treat her with disrespect, she does not have to tolerate that. The advice I gave our son, and eventually he took it, and I realized how valuable it was, more valuable than I thought, was connect with other allies. If you are facing this as a parent or a grandparent, you do not have to do it alone, and you need the support, and don't put the whole burden of helping you understand on your child or grandchild. They're having enough issues without you expecting them to be their educator. Be for them, be there for them, not just with your words, but with your actions. Listen if they want to talk, and if they don't want to talk, then respect their privacy. You aren't their therapist. You are their family. I said this before, but use the names and pronouns of their choice, and if you mess up, say you're sorry and keep going. Do not wait for them to tell you, oh, it's all right, Grandma, don't worry about it. They are not in charge of making me feel better. Making a big deal of your mistake can make them feel like they're the problem. Don't do that to them. Pay attention to what stresses them out and look for ways that you can help them cope with that stress. It turned out for me, and I didn't realize this until we got to the store, she needed clothes for school. Her father thought it was a good idea that I take care of that. So she and I arrive at the door of the store to go into the women's department, and she says to me, I don't need clothes. We could just go home now. And I thought, that's weird. She does need clothes. And then I realized walking through that door was terrifying. And I convinced her we could go through the door, and we learned what size she wore in women's clothing, which neither of us had a clue. And having gone through it once, she was much less stressed than the next time. But watch for what is stressing and do what you can. You can't fix everything, but if you're attentive, you can figure out ways to be helpful. And finally, and I got this from a Human Rights Campaign article I was looking at this week, as the family, you've got 3 things to do. Educate yourself, create space for your child, and advocate. Advocate for them, that they be treated respectfully, that they be treated as valuable because they are.
Well, no one wants to follow that. My name is Bruce Reyes-Chow. I use he, him pronouns. I don't know where I live. I have a home in San Jose where my wife and dogs are, but I've been in Southern California for the last 3 months serving a church in Azusa for the next couple of weeks, and then I'll be back. But I also have 2 kids at the Claremont schools, so I'm actually here quite a bit. One is a senior at Scripps and the other at Pitzer. I love the generational question, so I'm going to answer it, even though you didn't ask it. So I'm a sandwich generation, right? I have boomer parents. I am a Gen Xer. I'm the parent, our oldest child, Ev. They are a young millennial, and then we have 2 Zers. And then I could tell you their Enneagrams and all that too, which is part of our family dynamic. We've weaponized the Enneagram like any good family would. I think mean, there's lots to say, and I would love to just more hear questions, but I think one of the things that is important to, like, so our oldest identifies as genderqueer, non-binary. Our middle kid identifies as queer, and they raised them in San Francisco. Their pre-K and after-school program were led by witches. You know, and I think we've just made choices to surround them with communities that we knew were going to do the things that we wanted them to experience, not just about gender, but just about their experience of the world. And so, with everything going on in the world right now, you know, after the Nashville shooting and all the anti-trans rhetoric that came out of that, I remember we checked in with our oldest, Ev, and said, we know California has its problems, San Francisco has its problems. We are so grateful that you are here. And they're like, oh, me too. I mean, it's like, so cultivating space, I think has been an important part of our parenting. And I would just say one small thing is that we don't get a parade for doing what should be normative. Right? So, you love your kids. And so we do all these things, and I think we have to watch out for we're doing them so we get some kind of recognition for what we've done. But actually, most of what we do is not helpful, I think. And so you don't get what should be the normal way our children are raised and grow up in the world. That's how it should be, and we live as close into that reality as we can every day. And so my wife and I that's kind of been ours, like, this is just what we're supposed to do. It may be hard and uncomfortable, we don't really know. And again, we don't put it on our kids to teach us, but we gotta live into this, what's the reality we want in all things, and be as close to that as possible. So,
thank you. So I think we're going similar to last session, kind of open up the floor here. The mic is available to anybody who would be interested in asking a question. Again, just about families, parents, grandparents, siblings, any reflections too that you'd want to offer, that's also open. And take your time doing that. Something that I want to do some more follow-up inquiry around is I heard both in Bruce and Elizabeth's story that there's kind of a intuitive way that you've related to supporting the young people in your life. Like hearing the phrase, like, you love your kids, you just love your kids. I love how natural that is for both of you. I'm curious if you have advice for folks who do have that impulse that is like in their bodies, just to love their kids and support their kids, but their faith community or maybe other systems in their life are telling them to violate that intuition, telling them things like, if you really loved your grandchild or you really loved your kids, you would be showing them that they're going down the wrong path. You know, how do you respond to like that kind of idea?
Let me pick up on something you said about the shooting in Nashville. Hazel took that very, very hard because she had gone to a Church of Christ, which I eventually learned had nothing to do with UCC, other than it may define two ends of a spectrum. When that happened, that was very difficult for her. And I was frightened when I heard because I was afraid it had been her school. But she and my husband got into a conversation, and Bob said to her, I understand how awful that had been for her, but why would she take this out on shooting children? And Hazel explained to me, to her grandfather, and then she and I talked about it. She said, you know, if you've gone to school at a Church of Christ school she went 7 years before she refused to go back. And you have been taught over and over and over again to hate yourself. Don't expect her to act rationally. She's acting out of hatred that has been so deeply embedded in her soul that she will do things like this because of who she has been told she is. And so I think the damage that churches can do to our children is horrific. This is coming from a United Methodist minister. And if we don't counter the fact that we have church after church after church that's telling them they're going to go to hell, I don't know what we're going to do. We have to be vocal advocates, and we have to help the people in the church who have been taught that if they don't change their child will go to hell. And that, I don't know how to do other than, I think everybody who knows me knows I have a transgender granddaughter, because I will talk about how special she is and how proud we are of her. And I have been amazed when I have told that story at how many people have come to me and said, we have a transgender child too, or we have a transgender grandchild. Part of advocacy is just opening up the space to tell the truth to each other.
I'm grateful that I actually don't know those spaces very well of which you talk. I grew up in a Presbyterian church in Stockton, California called Trinity Presbyterian Church. Same gender loving folks in our community I grew up with. It was a, I don't even say it was don't ask, don't tell, it has negative kind of connotations to it, but it was, if you mention things, great. Like it was more of a, and we raised our kids in San Francisco. I was a church planter, so got to create the culture that we wanted. And we did not trust our children into spaces that were going to hold any of those views. As much as we could do from preschool, those were the questions we asked. We asked about guns, we asked about gender stuff. We were intentional about the spaces in which we were going to place them. So I think there's importance about doing that work for your children as you kind of help create space for that. And then we trusted those communities. As a Presbyterian minister, how I answer that question, I actually don't mention my kids much when I'm preaching, because I think while there's power, I think there's also myth and proximity that we allow ourselves then to not feel like we have to have a broader understanding of who God is unless we actually have proximity to those things that we are trying to struggle with. I think for those of us that are in church, we preach a gospel of inclusion and expansiveness, and then force ourselves to go live that and tell that story in a way that it doesn't feel like it feels normal then when folks come into a space, and whatever intersections you carry into that space, there's belonging. And we shouldn't have to say, well, because you know me or you know a Filipino, now you should understand, like, you should have more compassion towards what's happening in the Philippines. Like, we should be able to do that without actually having that proximity. Well, I know it's difficult, and so in the spaces where I have authority and power, I use that space to challenge ourselves to tell a gospel that is different than what you have just said, right? I mean, I think this is Annanda started at the beginning. There's a gospel out there that has the narrative of the country, and those of us that believe there is a better one need to do a better job of sharing it. And we are terrible at it, and so we are complicit in what is happening in this country around religion. And if you have power and authority in places to change that, we should be. I think that unless we want to continue to be complicit in it. So for me, it's more of a, how do I create space that I would trust my kids to be in and would hope that others would too.
Yeah. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you. Thank you as well, Elizabeth.
Can I make a quick statement?
Oh, yeah, of course.
I just realized at the beginning of my talk, I didn't do something I promised myself I would do. I did call Hazel and get her permission to tell you her story. I didn't tell that without permission.
Thank you for your consensual practice.
Yeah, I will add to that. I think something, it's sort of back to that principle of like asking, right? Just knowing the people in our lives, what they feel good about us sharing. I am somebody who, when I came out the first time, it was as a struggler. So everybody knew this was like true about my life and had different opinions about what that meant for me. Second time I came out was as gay or queer or lesbian, and had to do a lot of education around what that meant for me at the time with the people who were in my life. And I was working at a church at the time I was fired from. I was living with a group of women who I went to church with who kicked me out of our house. At the time, like, I became estranged from my family based on the views that they had. And when I was thinking about many years later, sharing with people that I was trans, I was imagining it was going to be as tumultuous as all of the years prior had been. And so I actually wanted people to like tell my story for me. And so I like wrote up a little script and was like, here, please disseminate this information for me so I don't have to be the one to be telling everybody this. Others don't feel that way. You know, they're more private, or, you know, they consider that information more intimate. And so that, I think the asking permission is the best practice. But as far as I go, you can tell anybody anything about me because I love not having to do it. And so everybody is different. I think that is something to note. I think that with our families, especially, it's so affirming and so validating just to be asked. You know, what does it look like, you know, for me to support you? And sometimes we don't have the answers. Yeah. I think that's the other thing too, is you can ask somebody and maybe they don't know yet because they haven't had an experience yet of quite knowing what it's going to feel the most affirming to them. And so just having the patience, you know, for people to be able to share at their own pace what's going to feel good and affirming to them.
Definitely. I think, you know, one thing I'll add to that is outside of my family, but within my church family in seminary in Austin, Texas, there was a youth by the name of Jesse. And, you know, Jesse was pretty genderqueer. Some days Jesse just presented queer all the time. And Jesse's grandfather was one of my first mentors in the church, Pastor Estes, and he was fantastic and guided me through my church internship at Central Presbyterian Church in Austin, which housed a whole bunch of us queers in seminary. That's kind of where we fled to. And Estes' parents were also Jesse's parents were also very supportive of them and open and affirming. So they had an open and affirming church, open and affirming family. And when it came time for Jesse to go to college, they went to school in North Carolina. And around that time, they also came out. None of us were surprised. But they also came out and were loved and affirmed. But I want to stress how important it is that even if it's not your child, the importance of communal care, because a little into Jesse's college career, we lost them. And we lost them because of the vitriol of what was in North Carolina. So they had a loving family. They had a loving church community. What they didn't have was a loving and safe space in college. And so I just want to stress
that even when we do love within our own family systems, both family of origin and church family, that sometimes it really isn't enough. And so when you're out in the world and you see somebody else's child who is different, who is trans, love them, whatever that means, appropriately, obviously, in that context, because it is a matter of life and death, because that death by 1,000 paper cuts is real. And so that's what I want to share in this conversation.
Yeah.
So we have a question from Joan. What are folks in repressive states like Iowa doing to support especially LGBTQ students? It's been an awful year here. So think about that, and then if any of you have questions or comments, please come sit right here. And we know that we are being time full, not necessarily timely.
Yes, Michael.
Okay? So if you would help us with this question from Joan, what are folks in repressive states like Iowa doing to support especially LGBTQ students? It's been an awful year here. Thank you.
So I moved to Los Angeles from Georgia. I was living in Atlanta for 6 years. I was in Topeka, Kansas for 2 years before that. I was in Columbia, South Carolina for 3 years before that, Montgomery, Alabama for 1 year, and then previous to that, all the North Florida stuff. So most of my life, I was in red states, and even if they were a little purple, with the exception of Atlanta, I was still really surrounded by more conservative, or I think the asker used the word repressive, governments and sensibilities. And something I will say, and I know a few folks in Iowa City specifically, that there is a really a not insignificant LGBTQ community. And that's true in every red state. It's true in small towns, it's true in sprawling suburbs. We are everywhere. And something that makes me very proud to be a part of this community is that we've always found a way to take care of ourselves and to take care of each other. And so while I can't speak to what maybe the legal response in a place like Iowa is right now, my suspicion is organizations like the ACLU are fundraising right now in order to have the money to be able to create infrastructure to fight these bills, or once they're passed into legislation, to eventually take them to the Supreme Court. I think that that's kind of what the plan is around that from like a structural and institutional level, but I care more about what's actually happening on the ground. And so something that I know that has been created is a real visible resistance, and that's happening through community events. For example, with the anti-drag bills that have been going around and been passed, which some of you may know is not just banning drag performance. They're written so broadly and so loosely, essentially to penalize trans people. If you are perceived to be crossing gender in any way they want to interpret that, they can bring like that kind of legislation, against you. Communities are hosting drag shows. They are being really loud and clear and emphatic that this is a really important part of culture, not just for LGBTQ people, but for society in general, that being able to hold and to share gender and sexual diversity is critical in our own development, as people. I know support groups are popping up also around the country, both online and in person. It's one way I've really appreciated seeing more progressive churches really respond to this moment, is that they are having events like this, creating conversations, putting people into relationship with each other. And I know the communities I'm a part of are finding ways to remember that our story is not just one of crisis. It's not just one of emergency. It's not just one of reacting to violence, harassment, and vitriol. It's one of joy. It's one of belonging. It's creating community. And so people are having meals together. They're having dance parties. They're finding ways to remember that we can't live our lives driving an ambulance. It's not sustainable, and it doesn't serve us ultimately. And so, again, that's not in specific reference to Iowa, but I will say I do know that there are efforts both from a legal front. Again, I mentioned the ACLU, but we'll talk about other organizations later who are doing that legal work. But then I would encourage researching community centers. If there are LGBTQ centers in your state, being able to know what kind of programming they offer, what kind of specific support exists, what programs are happening on a weekly basis, that I think goes a long way in reminding ourselves and one another that that we're in a fight, and like it's not only a fight. You know, it is a time to connect and to be in community with each other and to remember, you know, it's not just about being strong and resilient. It's also about being like hot and fun.
How very clear of you. So clear. Kiki all the way. Okay, Bruce, I saw that you might have wanted to respond, and I also see we have 3 questions on the floor, so I will want to limit our response to 2 minutes a pop.
Easy. Well, not easy, but was the questions around students, right? Was the question student?
Well, what are we to do in a place like Iowa?
Okay. If you're in an area where you can show up to things, do that. If you're like, if you've never been to a Lavender graduation, right? I've had the privilege of being at 2 of them with 2 of my kids now, right? This is not about trauma, though they mentioned very clearly going through the Claremont colleges is extremely traumatic. It's mostly about celebration, and like there's this, they're just a blast. And there was people there, like my kid was there, so of course I'm gonna be there. But there were people there from the institution who had no other connection there other than it was being held. And so showing up to those kind of places. The other thing that I've learned from my children is about mutual aid, and we give to every mutual aid request that comes, despite my institutional brain about accountability and how am I going to know and all this stuff. If you haven't engaged in mutual aid, budget away from mutual aid. And because most of the folks who are needing of that in my kids' circle are LGBTQA+, and so trying to figure out how to do that. And then I think we challenge our institutions to live out the things that we claim to believe. There's still too many, working with 2 campus ministries right now, and they're arguing about whether they need to say they're, in our tradition, more light or not. I'm like, what are you doing? Right, so I think those are like the celebration, the support, and the challenge to ourselves, I think are part of all that.
Thank you, Myles. Thank you, Bruce. All right, in order of who, yes, please. Name and pronouns, if you
All right, can you guys hear me? Yeah. Yes, okay. So I'm Simone, pronoun she, her. So I'm currently a student. I'm training to be a therapist. And the school I go to is like a small Christian school. And so we have a new intern coming in soon. And I would be curious like what your response would be to this, or like any advice in moving forward, because I know this person, like we've had a couple of classes together, and typically our professors will have us introduce ourselves with our pronouns. But there had been a situation where one student was very uncomfortable with that, not because of like uncertainty or anything like that, but just because he was created the divine way that God intended him to be. And then the intern who's coming to where I'm interning at, she chimed in and was like, yeah, it also made me very uncomfortable. And so I'm curious, like, what would be some advice in navigating that? Because we do work with, like, we do give affirming care, as far as I know, at my intern site. So yeah, just curious your thoughts about that.
So just for clarification, your question is advice around offering, when it comes to introductions, offering to or to not include pronouns.
More like in terms of engaging with this, what's it called, future colleague, who kind of is uncomfortable with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are they uncomfortable because they don't want to have to disclose their own gender identity?
It's not that, but it was in terms of, like, it's just she and he. It's not, like, that's basically how, that's how it came across to me, like, in the introductions, because it's no problem to me or to most people, but then for someone to say, like, I'm uncomfortable with sharing this, not because they're not ready to disclose, but because they, almost like, why is this even being asked to share pronouns, sort of thing.
So, just to clarify, is this person like a cisgender person
Yes.
who's like, oh, I don't want to do that because it's weird?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
And they're going into therapy.
Yes.
I just wanted this to be very clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, sometimes the loving thing to do is also the tough thing to do. You know, I'll say from a chaplain's perspective, this is a very fertile ground to learn and to stretch yourself. Because as a therapist, you're catering to the needs of the person in front of you or the people in front of you. And so their discomfort, they need to do some work around that, because otherwise they're actually not going to be able to be and provide effective mental care to whomever they're in front of. And if pronouns they're just starting out and pronouns is the issue, it's going to be rough, you know? And so, you know, my suggestion to you would be to stick to not only your values, but also the integrity of your professional discipline, and hold them to it as a colleague, similar to what Bruce was saying of, like, being complicit. Like, hold them to it as a colleague. Yeah. That's how ethical and moral standards are maintained, you know? And if we look at the Supreme Court, God bless us all, you know, part of that disarray is, like, where's the accountability for some of these justices?
Right.
So that would be my suggestion.
Yeah, I'm always thinking about what is the best way to meet people where they are, and if this person has expressed a discomfort, sometimes I just like to know, like, oh, are there other issue or topics that also make you uncomfortable, and sort of like use that as like an entry point into a relationship with them, because I think that so much of that discomfort is connected to fear. And it's not uncommon, I think, in people that are in moderate to progressive leaning spaces, but they themselves have, you know, conservative sensibilities, to feel very quickly isolated, very quickly shamed. And I have a friend who is conservative who was in a progressive medical program. And she consistently expressed feeling ostracized because all of her colleagues were much more progressive than she was, not just as it pertained to her specific discipline within medicine, but they were just more progressive kind of across the board. And it kind of made me sad, because I felt like that would have been a cool opportunity for her colleagues, for her to have more constructive conversation, but she was so quickly shut down because she expressed discomfort that it didn't leave a lot of room to grow. And so I think that's like a great opportunity. Not that it's necessarily your role.
I was gonna say, if you have the capacity, because some people, like, oh my God, like.
But for the program, for other individuals, I do think you are a cohort, right? Your colleagues, and I think for the sake of the field, we become better practitioners, more competent practitioners if we can identify the source of our discomforts and be able to think through how that would affect, our future participation, as somebody offering services. So I always just, again, not necessarily for you, but for others in the program or the program itself to be creating an invitation for everybody to explore discomforts or disagreements or hard places for them. I think that helps to foster safety and the ability for people to actually work through their prejudices.
And she's going to be a therapist, so it's going to come. She's going to have to. For her, she's going to have to. And then a reminder to us all, as in us in the panel, 2-minute responses. I'm including myself in that.
Okay. So I know that we're supposed to be talking about what it might be like to create safe spaces in a red state, but we're in a really blue state, and there are a lot of unsafe spaces here, particularly for children. So I have been a teacher and a nanny for many years, and some children that I've taken care of went to a really conservative school, not a Christian school, but still very conservative. So one thing that I decided to do when some of these children were very little was just dye a rainbow in my hair, which I did consistently and at great expense and a little bit of discomfort for many years. I wore a rainbow in my hair, and what happened is that every child who had questions came to me. And later, every child who had any sort of sense of identity issues, they would come to me because I didn't say anything, I didn't wear a button, I just put a rainbow in my hair. So little things can make a big difference for children. The other thing I wanted to say is, you said something about not dumbing things down for children. I speak openly with children about fascism. What does fascism mean? How does it play out? Even in safe, liberal places like Claremont, California, it's there. It pops up, it's everywhere. We see it in our town in those signs that say, we don't want this in our neighborhood. Like, how could you be less Christian than to put a sign on your lawn that says, we don't want you in our neighborhood? And if, it's starting with unhoused people, and it can so easily spread. So I talk to children about the very difficult topic of fascism all the time. I don't necessarily say this is homophobic or this is ageist or this is sexist. I just say, let's just talk about the big issue here. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm back. I'm still Celeste, still she, her. This has been amazing. There were so many good ideas, and I'm trying to stay under 2 minutes, so I'm not going to repeat all of the amazing
that was
ideas.
For the responses, but go ahead.
What's that? All of the amazing ideas, so co-sign so many of those. I just wanted to say a couple ways. Myles, you were talking about, it is rough right now for trans people, and I just wanted to talk briefly about ways you can support, whether that's in Iowa or here or somebody across the country or world. So one, just check in on trans people. If you know a trans person, assume that they will like being checked in on occasionally right now. I've pretty active in online spaces. I know a lot of people, and so I can get a lot of support there. After the Nashville shooting, that was devastating to the trans community because we knew, it was just tragic what happened to the kids and teachers in that school, but then we knew the hate was going to come for us, and it was just awful. But I had lots of people online check in on me, and I'm not trying to throw anybody under any buses. People don't know to check in on it, but I didn't have a single person I knew in real life check in on me. And it was hard. Many of us lose community just for coming out. And so if you are in the life of a trans person, assume that they need friends, that they need support. If they tell you to back off, then back off. But I don't know many trans people who are like, I just have too many friends. So check in on them. Protect trans people if you can. If you see somebody mistreating them, misgendering them, dead naming them, talking bad about them, say something. Just speak up, have their back, make sure they know you're going to have their back, and just don't make them do all the work of fighting for themselves. Don't judge their transition. You all could tell I was trans before I opened my mouth, probably, but don't judge somebody's transition. If they want to do this and this procedure or whatever, then that's great. And if they don't want to, that's entirely up to them. Don't question that. Don't, just be supportive. Amplify trans voices. I'm convinced, and there's been a lot of this talk today, and I love it. I keep telling people it's easy to hate a concept, it's hard to hate a person. And I'm convinced that the single greatest factor in somebody becoming affirming, becoming supportive, is knowing someone. And so if you know a trans person and you can help them amplify their voice in a way that they're okay with, don't put them out in front of everybody if they don't want that. But amplify their voice. It's one thing for you to be supportive, and you should do that and say things, but if you can amplify something they already said and point to them and say, hey, there's this trans person I know, it goes a long way. And then, be visibly supportive, not self-congratulatory. Those of you who go here, I love hearing every single Sunday, I hear Pastors Jen or Jacob say something about the trans community on every single Sunday, and I love it, but it's never showy, it's never look at us be amazing, it's just a show of support, and we've got your back. And then to the extent that you can, just celebrate trans people. If somebody trans in your life has something great going on, or they're really excited, I'm doing my second round of laser for my face on Monday, and I'm really excited, and so I want my wife to be really excited for me on Monday because it's exciting. So to the extent that you can make it about joy, we need it. We need it badly. So anyway.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, beloveds, I recognize we are a good 30 Presbyterian minutes and UCC minutes over. And I want to give a huge thank you to our ASL interpreters and the work that you all have done today. A huge thank you to everybody online. Thank you so much. A huge thank you to our panelists. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Cait. Thank you, Jerry. A huge thank you to Myles, and y'all check out his work and his organization. It is vital, it is vital, it is vital right now. Huge thank you to, yes. A huge thank you to Bear and to Michael and to Jerry with an I, not with a Y, and for all those who have helped to make this possible, and for you all for coming today, for taking time out of your Saturday to come and to be educated and gathered in community and meaning and purpose, for affirming and validating the lives and the experiences of LGBTQ people, and specifically trans and non-binary folk. And so with that, I will conclude our time together and send you out just to be blessed, right? And to care for one another, and know that you're good enough just as you are. You're the change that you need, and as Bruce said, you're very capable in the spaces in which you reside to initiate that change. So go knowing that you're good enough, you're worthy, you're welcome, and thank you for living, for breathing, and for being here. All right, feel free to grab refreshments on the way out. That's less we have to take home and clean up.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this.
Oh my goodness. Oh, David.
Very nice to meet you in person.
Unfortunately, the Church of Christ managed to convince Hazel never to
So I'm in the
work
zoo
in the
service.
church again.
Just for 3 months.
Because she's coming
to help
out
them
for a
get
month.
their-
I would love
So
to have her meet some of the people who were here today.
They actually, it's really funny. There wasn't a chance to mention it, but
It's
the young
tragic
girl,
as common as that is. I'm so guilty that you minister, although I know about the church. But I'm thankful that she knows Christianity outside of what has been outside of being Baptist.
So I made it to the final thing, and they pretty good to but yeah, so I'm just here and I head back.
So my husband and I would take her to school and pick her up. So I have lots of half-hour conversations
So I'm not
discussing questions like, is the Bible
So I was so there, Annanda and I were all the same.
I said it's not that it's historical.
Exactly.
And I greatly appreciated those half hours because it gave me a chance to counter some of what she was
That's why I just realized it's a great church, love the church, so many good things about it.
This was a very helpful
So I'm-
conversation.
I have the privilege of kind of
No, they didn't.
So where are you headed today?
So today I have to.
Oh, they did. I have no clue what it's for.
It's a teenage dance recital.
Oh, I thought it was for if folks wanted to write their questions.
You're gonna come watch me dance. I'm like,
Yeah, I love that.
do you, I would love to.
Let me give you. I have.
I mean, I could find it. I'm sure you're easy to find.
I'm all over you.
I assume you'd be on a podcast just to talk about what you're doing.
Yeah. Let me give you my
Bullying. Yeah, they
email.
committed
It's probably the best way to reach me.
Yeah, through the bullying.
How long have you
Bullying
been?
of me.
So I live in LA.
Oh, you are?
So I am in Claremont for 4 hours.
Have you been to Obit and Dell's for coffee yet?
No.
All right.
Where is that?
In the next 2 weeks, can we do coffee?
Yes.
Okay. How long are you in town?
I leave tomorrow afternoon. I would say.
Oh, we're going to go for coffee at this super awesome cafe in LA.
Next time. If there is a next time.
I said I have to go be a little bit faster now.